All right, we should be live on the YouTube now. I do need to shave. I still look great with the stubble. Stubble makes it seem like I'm trying to grow out a mustache, and I can't, which technically is true. But okay, so yes, we are live on YouTube. Let me sum up what we're doing and talking about on stream today. Let me look at my today command, since we don't have that over on YouTube. So yeah, we got some bugs fixed yesterday. We tested the delete account functionality. Today, I want to start in on compound keywords. That is when you're looking for multiple keywords within a single message, but they might not be next to each other, so you can't just do it as a single keyword. And this is going to be a feature that is only available on, I'm going to say, like the higher up accounts. Right? So what we're seeing on screen, it would probably be like on the $20 account. And yeah, we got a lot of stuff to update here. So yeah, part of the changes we'll have to do today will involve changes to our billing tiers because they don't have a prop for compound keywords. We probably need to update the SMS stuff. Because, yeah, this should be getting fetched from our back end, which means that we have some stuff coded into the back end that we need to fix. So we'll do that too. But yeah, like, I believe compound keywords are something we're going to want to keep in a totally separate database. Or not database, table. So yeah, compound keywords will be their own table. And yeah, the more and more keywords that we get that we have to process on every single message, the more we're going to have to start thinking about better scale for the back end on how we're checking that stuff. I think caching keywords instead of having to hit the database for them every time would be worth it. But I think there's more we can do there. And yeah, some filtering and just, yeah, a lot of stuff to do. All right, let me double check a thing here. And what's up, Nas? How you doing? Let me double check and make sure we kill this. Don't need the troll. Actually, we could just put it up. Let them spam it. Whatever. I hope it costs some money. All right, cool. So we updated the agent. Oh, they're hiring. Interesting. If anyone out there is looking, might be worth checking out. Looks like they want you in San Fran. Looks like a couple of these could be remote. So yeah, this one says it's hybrid. Yeah. So you probably do need to be in the San Fran area, which I think, yeah, this is really not enough for San Fran. I think they're going to have a real hard time getting good developers for that cost. This is pretty reasonable. This is pretty low. Right, with inflation the way it is, a lot of these companies really need to ramp up their salaries. Ooh, yeah, I want to keep that over here in the background. But, yeah, let's close some of this. Close that. Local host is currently down. Actually, it looks like it's up. I just need to refresh. Ah, that was weird. Is my keyboard wired up to the right place? It should be. And yeah, what's up, Moshiko? How's everyone doing? How's your Friday? It's a good Friday, right? Nice and chill. All right, so wait, what's the deal? Where'd my front end code go? Did I accidentally close that? Oh, it popped open to its own. That was weird. All right. So this is actually going to be back-end stuff we got to do first. Yeah, admission fee. That doesn't make any sense. To what? To where? $25 sounds crazy. Yeah, hold on. Let's unpack this a bit. Like, what fees? Where are you planning on publishing? Or are you talking about the? I think it is like $25 to get a Google developer license, but that's only to publish for like an Android app. I wouldn't recommend Android or iOS apps as your first apps. I don't know. Like, we need more info, Tommy. Yeah, so the Google Dev Console, you're talking about like a mobile app. I think mobile apps are fine, but I don't know, man. You can definitely launch web applications way cheaper. And that's what I was talking about when saying you should build apps. I didn't necessarily mean mobile apps. Like, you can launch web applications for free, depending on how it's built. And yeah, happy Friday, Badman. Like a web application, like you see me making. Nas the GOAT, no matter what, you should be applying to jobs while you have a job. Don't wait till you don't have one. Again, Tommy, what is the application? What is it built with? Like all that stuff. Netlify has an incredibly reasonable free tier. Vercel has a pretty reasonable free tier. But this is for web applications. If you made a mobile app, that's not the same thing at all. You're not giving us any information, dude. When someone asks you for details, you should probably give those details. Otherwise, they're not going to be inclined to help you in the future. Web app and Android? That doesn't make any sense to me. Unless you just wrapped it with something like PhoneGap or Cordova or something. Don't do that. You can host simple apps for free on GitHub Pages. Like, there are so many ways to host web applications for free, man. You gotta have the ability to figure this shit out on your own, though. Let's find another album. This one slows down pretty big. Yeah, back to what we're doing. Ooh, different album. Very close, though, Badman. Very close. I usually play these albums back to back anyway, so yeah, you were very close. But now this is Neon Tropics. And let's just add a new migration. Oh, and hold on. Oh, I should turn this off at the moment. It'll just pollute my logs. That is pretty much like the reference. Messijo, Messiji, right, with a J-I at the end, is, I think, Korean. for message or something like that. But then the Messijo is absolutely a reference to the IT crowd. Of course I'm a restaurant person. Why wouldn't I be a restaurant person? Cheese string? What's the restaurant? Messijo's. Is that Italian? No, it's English. Tommy, it depends on what your web app does, and you never told us any of that stuff. You didn't give us any details. I'm tired of it. Like, if you want to not say things, I can also not say things. It's like pulling teeth to get you to describe the application that you built. I'm over it. I'm totally over it, dude. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. We don't know what you built. We don't know what it's built with. All of these things we already asked you, dude. And I'm sick of it. I'm tired. No thanks. We're doing our own thing. This is not your own personal teach Tommy how to code stream. You had a chance. I'm over it. We've got a Discord channel that you can ask this stuff in. But if you don't answer people's questions when they ask them, you're going to get the same back. We're doing other things now, man. I don't think we need to do the Doppler thing to run the mix gen stuff. Yeah, so you probably can't do that on GitHub pages. It depends on what you're doing. But again, someone asked you, and you still didn't respond. What is the tech stack? Like, dude, it is like pulling teeth to get you to give us these details. That's not a fun experience for us. Then this isn't a good time for you to ask all this stuff anyway. Do you have any place that you can reproduce the issues so we can see it? Take it easy. We're not trying to roast them, Pesci. They already mentioned they have a web app, and they have another thing that I guess is a mobile app. But yes, getting these details from them is just way too much effort. We shouldn't have to put in that much effort to help someone. Right, so hold on. We got a bunch of these warnings. That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's because of the build folder. Ah, yeah. So we should remove the build folder. That was it. All right, so then if we do this, had to recompile, which is fine. No, it's fine, Pesci. I get it. It's just a different thing. Sure. I'd rather not see code. I want to see an interactive example. Right? Like reproduce it in a code sandbox or something. Then we can see the code and the functionality. So Stack Blitz, Code Sandbox, any of those things. All right, so this is create table compound keywords. We don't know specifically till we can see it, Nas. There's all sorts of stuff it could be. Just depends. Usually they're the brand Neff. So I have a bunch of Neff hats from back when I used to ride for them as a rep rider, never like on their website or anything. But the rep that I used to get my free snowboards from, right? Snowboards, boots, and bindings, they also repped for Von Zipper goggles and Neff beanies. So yeah, I got all that stuff free. Oh, and One Ball J-Wax. Yeah, and that's fine, Badman, but we need to see it. There's no sense discussing it without an example. And this is good practice for you in general when you're maybe creating an issue on some GitHub repo. If you can create a reproduction of it on something like Stack Blitz or Code Sandbox in a very small, focused way and not just copying your whole application, you're going to get a lot more like support and help in fixing that thing. All right, so it's not going to be name, description, slug, any of that. And yeah, timestamps, that gets done for us. We do directly associate this with an org. Hmm. Yeah, let me double check something here. So I almost want to create like a sub table, right? Like a separate table. The instinct is to name it compound keywords. Compound keywords parts. I think compound keywords parts makes sense. They even did the compound keywords. But yeah, no, it's not that. And part ID is its own thing. Right, and it'll have a value. What I almost want to do is like add a qualifier. Maybe it's not qualifier, but it's like a type, like a part type. The idea would be, you have keyword and keyword, but maybe you could also have a not or without keyword. It's like a negative qualifier. I think that could be good. And yeah, happy Friday, War. maybe for the initial step, it's just the value and we only do additive, right? And then we can think about negative keywords later. That simplifies at least getting this feature out. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so it's just value, right? Simplifies things a little bit. So we got these two tables. Like, I almost want to think about what the UI would look like. Because right now, a keyword is just a single keyword. So that's the name of the keyword, too. What would the name of a compound keyword be? So let's just say the compound keyword we want is going to be merge and conflicts. A way we could present that as the name of the keyword would be merge plus conflicts. Right? We could do the comma. In the future, if we were to then do without some word, we could just add the minus sign to the front of it. How do we feel about that? Right, so just for context, if we want to think about, let's just go to let's go to here. Continue with Google. Right, like the word the right here. This would then get replaced with something else. It depends, plus R. This is for their, like, emotes, right? Why would you need to hit it that often? Oh, to get the thumbnails. To check if they're live or not. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's tricky. I'm not sure how other places do it. There are other services that definitely listen for that. I feel like there's an API that you could hit, though. I'm curious about that. There might not be. I thought it would be in channel information. Hmm. Oh, like through their event sub? I thought there was another way to get whether the channel is live or not. I could have sworn this was it. But yeah, now I'm not seeing it. Okay. So yeah, get streams is the API, not get channel. Okay. So yeah, this would be it. I mean, plus art right here, right? Streams. This is the API, and you can pass up to 100 IDs to it. So then your problem is solved. It's still just one request, and you're not spamming. Problem solved, right? Yeah, so type live. You just look for that value. Yeah, dude. Now, you should definitely be using their API. You should definitely be using their API for that. All right, so what if it looked like this? All right, merge conflicts foo. And then theoretically, we could have that if it's not foo. I don't know, maybe there's some better way to do this. Thanks, Namu. Exactly. Very bad words. How dare we? Ooh, and then yeah, right? Like, so we could delete this one, but then when we go to create a new one, and hold on, let me get more music going. We'll play the one that someone was hoping for. You pick what platform you're listening on. All right, so then you can add another and add another. Yeah, I don't expect you would have a lot. Like, it would just be for like your own account, you know? So if we were Get Kraken, it would be like, Blue Sky would be at getkraken.com. Oh, boom. So that's the Blue Sky handle. And we'd add another for, Reddit, which would just be Get Kraken, etc. All right, so the part that I'm thinking next is when you're creating a new keyword, we would have maybe a radio button. Like on the left, it would be, maybe like keyword type. And then it would be like simple versus compound. compound would be grayed out with a little like info bubble saying like, hey, you need to pay to do that. Like you're not on the right billing tier for compound. Just like another way to try and funnel people towards like a more expensive plan. Kind of like that. And yeah, what's up, Neo? How you doing? So then, yes, if you select compound, there would be keyword and then maybe like another button in the middle here that pops up that then says add other keyword or add new keyword or add compound keyword part. Maybe just a plus symbol. This is all in Postgres. It's just a database, man. Like, come on. I'm not looking for fanboys about specific database types. Not here. And there's a big difference between fanboying out and recognizing technical constraints. So if we go back to this page, right, we've got keywords, but we may end up just having like a separate section. And that's fine. There are plenty of other things that MySQL is more performant about. We're not going to get into this X versus Y about databases, though. like the way connection pooling happens. There's all sorts of stuff. Recognize the constraints and use the right one for your use case. That's it. Yeah, I think I like the way I'm setting this up so far, like in my head. How we present that to the users, that may be different. Like, should I split? Yeah, should I split keywords into separate categories or just use like a label? I think a label makes a lot of sense. But we could always just split them into separate categories too. That's kind of cool. Like, yeah, that's a great novel use case, but yeah, they're not sports teams. I think that's the biggest thing. Yeah, so we don't need a name for these fields. And hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Please, no, Namu. If you want to start a stream where you talk about that stuff, go for it. Unless it's a technical constraint, I don't give a shit. But yeah, we're trying to build out this compound keywords stuff. And technically, I could just embed JSON. Right? Like, we could just create a JSON field. Yeah, it sounds pretty easy, maybe tempting, but probably not as performant. So brainless. The problem we're solving is we're trying to create compound keywords. Compound keywords are made up of multiple keywords. They don't necessarily need to be next to each other, but they both need to be present within a message, right? To count as an event. So merge and conflicts just being in the same message without necessarily being adjacent. Eventually, we may have like negative qualifiers too. Leucine solar stuff? Maybe. Here's the thing, we're not storing the messages, right? We're parsing them on the fly. Right? Like, why waste any storage on something that doesn't satisfy the event? Like, I don't care about giving someone historical data. The query syntax? Like, I wouldn't I wouldn't make users write that query syntax. Like, devs are probably not the people that are going to be using this product. This is basically for marketing departments. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I just no. Yeah, I don't think any like fancy query syntax is something that we want to make the user deal with. Yeah, I guess the big thing of having a JSON B column versus like a separate table. Would I want to query for the parts individually in some way? Now, it can't be just a regular array because it's not going to be just value. Eventually, we're going to have qualifiers, right? Such as like a negative match. So you might want to match on merge and conflicts, but if the word foo is present, you want to ignore it. That's a bad example, but I hope that makes sense. So there's going to be at least some structure to the values that go into the JSON B column or into the table. If it was just a string, I'd say, yeah, Postgres array is fine. So yeah, like back to that point, like we're still on the decision of a JSON B column versus a separate table. GitHub filters on PRs. Yeah, maybe that makes sense. Hold on. Oh, that was just someone running the today command, right? Yeah. And yeah, hold on. So monadic bind, almost like a Boolean string. Ah, you lost your streak? Well, that's the point though, Cake. Will I need to query those values? I probably won't. Yeah, Twitch has been dropping follows, like follow streaks, or not follow, watch streaks for a while. Yeah, like, they're just bad at it. That's why it's still an experimental feature, and some streams still don't even have it. Yeah, like, I don't think I'll ever be querying for individual parts. That's possible, Brainless. I do feel like there was a day or two that we didn't see it. I really do think JSON B makes a lot of sense. So yeah, basically the idea will be when you click create a keyword, you'll have a radio selection for keyword type. And then it will have simple and compound. Compound will be grayed out for people who are on the free tier and other stuff. Yeah, if we're never going to query for it, I think JSON B makes a lot of sense. Like, we still end up needing to parse the data, though. I've never dealt with JSON B columns, actually. I don't know. I usually try and avoid them. X Factor, you didn't listen. We're going to have other stuff to it. We're going to eventually have qualifiers that determine maybe you want merge and conflicts, but you don't want to have it find the word foo. There will eventually be more than just a single value. There will be a qualifier of whether you want the value or not at the bare minimum. Like, you're the second or third person to mention that. I am aware of Postgres arrays. It's not what I want. Oh, so the embeds one, embeds many type stuff. Oh, it looks like maybe we could do that. I feel like embeds many is still going to be JSON-B under the hood. Oh, it is going to be JSON-B. Oh, this means technically a Postgres array of JSON-B values. Interesting. Ah, so instead of just a raw JSON-B field, we can do the Postgres array of JSON-B. I didn't think about that option. So why doesn't it, like, what do they mean by it doesn't work the way they do? So we definitely want JSON-B, not JSON. What are these differences? Oh, interesting. Okay. So because just the regular JSON is so simple, it'll have higher write throughput. Interesting. The B stands for better. No, it's JSON binary, but whatever. All right, so compressed and more efficient. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think I care about the indexing of it because we're not going to query for it. We do need the values eventually, but that's a different thing. Why is it called JSON-B instead of just BSON? Because BSON is actually a thing that already exists, and that's what they use in what is it, Mongo? I think Mongo uses BSON. So it is binary JSON, but it's maybe a different implementation. So they wanted to differentiate because they're not technically using the BSON spec. And yes, it's called BSON, which I think would be better. It should be called Bison. Come on, man. Missed opportunity. I mean, you might be able to use it for other stuff, but it's well known from MongoDB. But again, BSON is a spec. Oh, Bison's already a thing? Well, okay then. Right? Whereas the JSON-B implementation may not follow this specification. So using that name would be lying, technically. Let me get more music going. It does look like we have an unban request. Taking bets on whether it's sincere? Yeah. No. I get it too. Person, if you're out there, up to you if you want to talk about it. We can always talk about it via Discord message if you want. Up to you. That was a sincere one, though. That was a good unban request. Thank you. Hmm. Interesting. All right. So yeah, back to it. I think the fact that it's binary and is smaller makes sense. Let's look at the comparison. Oh, I see what's going on here. So yeah, this is querying based on it. So yeah, 4.4 seconds on the Postgres array of JSON. Probably JSON B still, but if you do the whole field as JSON B, much faster. So then they speed it up. All right, and then this answers my question too. I'm good. How about you, Zom? And how's it going, Mahmood? We don't do music over on YouTube. You doing well? Hell yeah. All right, so yeah. I think embeds many. I think we want just embeds rather than embeds many. Yep. Okay. So yeah, the more I think about this, the more we can just embed it. And Ecto will deserialize the JSON for us. Playing my own music? I've only got 3 songs, Cake. Oh, maybe 5. All right, so we'll add parts and let's see. Just depends. Over on YouTube, you can play your own music. So if you're not into the synth wave, you can do whatever you like. Build something. Yeah, interesting. JSON B doesn't get listed in there. So yeah, it's gonna look like this. I wish we could define a schema for it at this level, right? But we can define it at the validation step too. I'm gonna need more water. I don't know, Zon. That's, yep. No idea. All right. Yeah, I like this structure. Um, in this same migration, we should probably alter as well. And this is billing tiers. I think it's billing tiers. Billing tier. I think it's tiers still. Nope, that is not it. And it's just a Boolean. Default is false. And yeah, this is kind of the tricky bit. We've got this seed where we had to create this function, insert, and we just have to like raw call the SQL query stuff. So we're not going to do it that way here directly. So we'd want to create another migration that is like updating the billing tiers with the values we care about. So yeah, let me generate another migration. Update seeded billing tiers. I think that's a fine name. And oof. I haven't had to write raw SQL for updating a value in a long time. So now we're going to have to figure that part out. It's not going to be an insert, and it's not going to be this many values. Yeah. So let's just go to T3 chat. Show me a SQL query or statement. I don't know. Statement that updates a field in a row. Yeah, so it's update table name. And then, yeah. Okay. Yep. So Messijo.repo. Update billing tiers. Set. And then this is going to be, what do we call that field again? Compound keywords? Yes. to true, where, and it's not ID, where name equals startup, or name equals unicorn. Perfect. Yeah, so it knew that part for me automatically. Now there's some other values I want to set as well. So this one is update compound keywords for existing tiers. Next is hide SMS for all tiers. All right, so we should be able to run these migrations, and we should see those updates. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so SMS notifications is turned off for everybody. Let's double check that's the right field, though. Yeah, SMS notifications, Slack notifications, webhook notifications. And if I'm looking at the table, look at our billing tiers. All right, so we're just not showing the Slack part on the front end. And what's up, Melted Fire? Yeah, happy Friday. So yeah, SMS we turn off for everyone. And hey, how's it going, Todd? Cheers. Yeah, it's the great shirt. Yeah. That's the part we're working on right now. All right, so then we do the migration, and we see SMS notifications is off for all. Perfect. And we also see at the end compound keywords Ah, but we wanted Enterprise as well. And we didn't add a down function. Oh, shit. Cool. And hold on, let me read. Does Elixir have enums? No. Not as far as I know. Brainless might be able to answer that better. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. So wait, like, what would you use an enum for this stuff? I'm curious about that. Like, I'm not even sure how it's relevant. Yeah, that's what I thought, Brainless. Yeah. And hey, how's it going, Bob? Fever the Ghost. It's some good stuff. We can get to it later. Oh, I need to pour some more water. So give me a sec. And yeah, let me double check. You would have passed an enum in as the parameters for the query. You mean for like startup, unicorn versus enterprise? Yeah, we don't really have an enum for that. Like, I don't know if I would even create an enum for that. Yeah, eventually we'll add other plans. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'd rather have like an inferred enum, if anything, if it's even like if it would even be possible. Because by creating an enum for that, you're almost creating like a second source of truth. Because we may eventually have new stuff that we want to add and like things that get disabled. So just keep in mind, like billing tiers come and go. We may end up completely deprecating all of these. So then what good is having an enum that has deprecated values in it? Like, I don't know. We could. I don't think that matters either. It's just so small. Who cares? Like, I get it, Methlin. That would work. But in the case where one thing versus another thing is essentially the same, it's not even worth quibbling over. If it was a longer list, maybe. Where else would I use that enum cake? All right, like, is it worth the effort of maintaining an enum for that? Like, I don't think it is. Like, I'm not using or referencing these values anywhere. It's only updating here because I don't want to hard code IDs, and I don't want to have to do a select to find these values. This is definitely a bit hacky. Yeah, but I'm not doing that cake at all. Like none. I don't check the name of the billing tier anywhere because what's the point of that? I just need to check if some entitlement is on or off. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, it just doesn't matter for this case. It's a label value. You shouldn't be checking against label values pretty much any time. Here, it's a little hacky. But yeah, like in your code base, you shouldn't be validating against labels. Shouldn't be, yeah, like none of that makes any sense. It's IDs. It's entitlement values, such as the booleans of the props. No, it's fine, Kick. All right, and I'm back. But yeah, no, it's fine. Let's see. It's 4 o'clock. We should wait a little bit longer on a beverage. But okay. So yeah, we got the migration part there done. What we need to do is add the keyword somewhere. Yeah, just double checking that I had those things named right. Um, I grew up the dragon, and I'm heading down the spire. I did crank down the difficulty. The conviction, or whatever, was getting really annoying from some of the characters. I got as far as I needed on like the other difficulty, but yeah, the conviction was just getting really annoying from a couple of them. I think the big part was like how long they had to live after uh after a break or whatever. Dragon wasn't so bad. No, Dragon was actually pretty easy. I mean, it's only at 50%. Yeah, like the stuff where you gotta like do the dance parties and the feasts and stuff, that got in the way for sure. Ooh. I think the type here is wrong, though. I think that's actually wrong over on keyword, too. Ah. So hold on, I got something wrong here. Typed ecto schema? No, I have not seen it. Oh, I might have seen this before, actually. I think I remember using this on another project on Stream Parrot. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth the effort to migrate right now, but I could see it being something we could do later. I'll add it to the linear board. and say it goes kind of towards the bottom. Yeah, so what would the name of this field be? Is it just string? It feels weird you didn't work today. Makes sense. But yeah, let me ask T3 this one. Change it to map? Oh, interesting. Oh, I get it. Okay. Because, yeah, this is the Elixir code version, not like the database part. That makes sense. And yeah, hold on. It's too late. Balatro has got you sucked in for eternity. I've still never played it. I haven't played RimWorld yet, either. They seem cool. Must be allergic to productivity. Yep, that's also something I've heard. Yeah, see, we did the migration first. Oops. All right, so then back to it. So yeah, compound keywords are separate. An awesome Indian restaurant near you? Sure. Yeah, I love Indian food. I had butter chicken again last night. The place I had it from the night before just wasn't good enough. Like the non bread was too thick. The seasoning was a bit bland, and there was like no spice. So yeah, I had to get the good places food yesterday. They have a great honey butter chicken, and the Kashmiri naan is good. Chicken biryani. Ooh, okay. Biryani was good. Okay. The naan sucked though. First time trying Indian food? What sucked about the naan? Was it too thick or too crispy? Oh, I bet, Brainless. Yeah, I bet. You could always throw some Indian food in a blender and then drink it like a milkshake. I'm not sure how good that would actually be. Ethan. So it was thin, but incredibly hard to eat and tear. So, like, was it like crispy? Like they cooked it too long? Yeah, the crispy parts I find the most annoying. Yeah, that's a bummer. Oh, you had to eat blended food for about 45 days? No, butter chicken is typically not spicy, but the place I order it from has the option for spice. In many cases, no, it's not spicy at all. It's basically a British dish. Yeah, I don't know if I've had biryani before. I'm gonna have to try it. Yeah, exactly. Not spicy at all by default, but the place gives me an option. I'm actually considering bumping it up to like their most spicy. Damn, Todd. But what about the biscuits or the rolls or whatever? Have you seen the latest Red Lobster commercials? Dude, that CEO guy is uncomfortable like the whole time. It's weird. Yeah, Kanishka was great. I mean, it's hard to mess up snow crab legs, right? You just boil them and salt them, and you're done. But yeah, no, I understand. I couldn't imagine getting a red lobster like like lobster roll. Yeah, I haven't eaten at a Red Lobster in ages. I used to love it as a kid, though. Like, I'm a big fan of snow crab. And oddly enough, I'm not a big fan of Dungeness crab. There's just something, I don't know, different about Dungeness. More sand in your clam chowder than on the beach you used to go to. Brutal. That's rough. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Yeah, maybe Lightspeed. And yeah, X Factor. No, we're saying the biscuits are actually good. You would have ordered sandpaper to lick. Brutal. And Lightspeed. Yeah, radios, huh? Next level tech right there. It's almost like that quote from Basketball. You kids these days with your Zima, hula hoops, and Pac-Man video games. Isn't it funny how Zima like disappeared, but we basically have like new Zima with White Claws and like Frank's Hard Lemonade and stuff like that? It's weird that like there was an entire era where those things just didn't exist, but Four Loco all of a sudden was like popular. Like kind of strange. You have a fishmonger that you went to and talked to the owner. I was like, want to try our lobster rolls? And yeah, like an Arizona fishmonger. That just raises so many more questions. Nice. Sounds awesome. Ooh, and I need to start, man, yeah. Pretty soon, I need to start booking flights and hotels for all my trips. Yeah, I need to nail all that stuff down. Anyway, what's up, Ahmed? How you doing? All right, so yeah, we're good with that part. We need to start thinking about the endpoint for creating these, and we probably need to start thinking about how we query for like fetching the compound keywords too. You got to head out. Decide what's for dinner tonight. Yeah, have a great weekend there, Todd. Yep, see you again soon. All right, so yeah, let's start building out these endpoints. Oh no! Oh, that sucks, Ahmed. Okay, so it's gonna be up near keywords. Oh, and you know what? Shit. Hmm. Yeah, no worries, Ahmed. Yep, have a good day. Yeah, this is where I fucked up. Like, by putting it in a separate table, we no longer have IDs that we can join against keyword events. We don't want to create a second keyword events table. I didn't even think about that till just now. Hmm. Yeah, so we got to roll this back. Yeah. Yep, so we're going polymorphic types. I think it's fine. And this is where an enum would be nice. So instead of type, we could have a compound Boolean field. I don't think that's a full sentence, Armiet. Yeah, so that's how we have to do that. So this goes away. And I think this unique constraint's actually wrong, too. Like, what does it harm if the user wants to do two of the same keyword? It's just going against their own quota. Yes, we do that. So then we go back to our migration. So I do think I want this, which means that it's not actually a map, it's a list. It's a list of maps. I think we can do that part. What are the valid values there? Here we go. Ah, that's how we would do that. So then inner type, what if we just did string for now, just to see? Okay, so it allows that, but instead, we probably do want to create some kind of like type for this. And yeah, Seba, like, could you rephrase your question? Because I have no idea what you're actually asking. What is my from? I don't know. We could just do an array of maps. Yeah, brainless, if you're out there, how would you define this better? Yeah, I thought about that a little bit, but I think think it makes querying for simple keywords a lot more muddy. Because then it also means that we start adding parts fields to simple keywords that don't make any sense, right? Like the and, or like a negative qualifier. Yeah, no, I still don't think I like that. Because I don't care about timestamps for the parts. They are going to have value. They might have is whole word, but they don't need to associate a part with an org ID. Yeah, no, we discussed that yesterday too, and I just don't think it's the right way. It's not a bad idea, right? Like that's why it crossed my mind in the first place. I don't think it's the right fit here. Almost wish I could just do this. But I hate that. Let me get another album going. Let's do a new chat. What's up, young Reyes? How you doing? Yeah, have a good night, Melted Fire. I don't know, man. All right, so value, foo, and then let's just say like bar, right? So if we do that, you are absolutely correct. Okay, this makes more sense. Hey, what's up, Code Girl? How you doing? Let me just finish pasting that. And then, yeah, we'll have to think about that more. But, yeah, what are you up to? You got a raid and run? That's fine. No worries. Yep. Enjoy. Thank you for the raid. So yeah, what was Code Girl up to? Anyone joining from the raid? Making stick figures fight. Interesting. A Twitch Battle Royale game. Oh, that sounds fun. Okay. It's a prototype for GTA 7, obviously. Yeah, totally. I get it. Makes sense. Okay, fun. I'm guessing it's like an overlay, like on the stream. You fight with aura. Okay. So instead of vibe coding, it's vibe fighting. For everyone joining from the raid, here is our today command. We are currently working on building out the idea of compound keywords that are made up of individual keywords but together. The project we're working on is this. Yeah, it's launched. People could sign up for it right now. We're not necessarily like publicizing it. Like we haven't published it to Product Hunt or anything like that yet. We will eventually. I got some other features I think we need before a Product Hunt launch, but users could use it. We got more work to do on the marketing site and a bunch of that stuff. But yeah, it's currently usable for listening to Blue Sky. We want to add Reddit, Lobsters, and Hacker News. And then we can look at adding other places too. We also want to add other ways to get notified. So right now it's just Slack and email. We'll start to add webhooks eventually. And we will start to add Microsoft Teams and Discord. Basically this, right? You take in events from here. If they mention a keyword that you're looking for, we pass it through to whatever notifications that you have configured for that keyword or that compound keyword. So then you can have certain keywords just go to email, certain keywords just go to Slack, etc. The things that are grayed out are things that we want to support eventually. So yeah, SMS, we're delaying that one for a little bit. But yeah, Discord, Microsoft Teams, we'll add that stuff here real soon. And then yeah, webhooks. I'm not sure what icon we would use for a webhook. Just like a server icon or something. All right, like something like this. And yeah, thank you, Pancake. Yeah, right now we're just doing Blue Sky, though. But yeah, eventually we'd have to listen to the RSS from Reddit, Hacker News, and Blue Sky. Or Reddit, Hacker News, and Lobsters. Technically, the Lobsters people would be open to a contribution that allows them to publish their stuff to the ATProto Firehose. I haven't done that before, but it would be kind of fun to build that out and help them do that part. Ideally, we'd even convince, Hacker News to do it that way. There's no way we'd convince Reddit to do so, though. But yeah, so no matter what, we're going to have to, like, pull RSS feeds. But the less we have to do for that, the better. I think the polling part's tricky. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how we'd do the polling. But let me pour a beverage. It's 5 o'clock. We're close enough. Oh, and hold on. Let me do something here. Hold on. Yeah, we are currently doing some database design-ish kind of things. What we can do here real quick is, yeah, we're setting up some embedded schemas, and the embedded schema is basically just JSON or a JSON B field, and oh, they hate it. Do I need to have it defined above it? Do I need to do it in a different file? I don't think there's a problem with doing like two modules in a file. I could probably even put this inside of the keyword module. But, nope, it hates it. Let me double check what this said. Oh. So I would need that. Anyway. You are absolutely right. Okay. I find it interesting that that's an issue when it would have been totally fine if we did this, right? And we just said it was map, right? Like, it's totally okay with that. Well, I still like this part, and right, even though we don't get like full type safety, I do kind of like the idea of the type spec. What's up, Blabber? How you doing? Oop. So it's not complaining about that, even though we don't actually have a typeset here. Online service games like that, like WoW and Elder Scrolls Online, tend to make more money on an ongoing basis. They can afford ongoing abuse prevention. I would venture that WoW and Elder Scrolls Online do have hacks and exploits and cheats, but it's not the same kind of cheats. Like, look at it this way. You could most likely create a wall hack where you can see people through walls in WoW or Elder Scrolls Online, but does that any actually like benefit you in any way? I don't think it does. So that's one of the easier hacks to make because it's just presentational. You know, the game has to be aware of all that stuff. But okay, so value we care about in here. Hold on 1 second. Oh, and here's something crazy. I don't know if I should necessarily mention the event, but the organizers of an event asked if I wanted to MC. I don't know what that's actually like. I don't know what it entails. I reached out to one of the people that did it at the event last year. But yeah, I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. And it's a pretty big event. I'm not sure what kind of prep I would need to do. But yeah, I'm really curious. I'm gonna have to watch the videos from last year too. See how they did it. Yeah, MC is Master of Ceremonies. They're basically the person that introduces the next speaker and kind of like, does like the in between things before, like, like in between all the talks. They introduce the keynote, they get people hyped up. Like it's a full day event. Like it's a full day thing. I think it'd be cool. I'm a little like apprehensive because I don't know. Like I don't get nervous giving a talk because I can rehearse the talk, but man, being like the person that's up there like all day long, I don't know. Yeah, sounds gnarly. I would hope that there'd be someone else doing it. Like I don't want to be solo as the MC. And normally they have a couple people doing it. Yeah, I got another person I could reach out to as well. I'd be crazy to pass it up. I'd be crazy to say no. Yeah. All right. I don't know. Just thinking about it. I just got the email today. But yeah, it's like it's a pretty big conference. Yeah, yeah. Do hard things. So yeah, I need to reply to that email tonight, basically. By tomorrow morning would be fine, I'm sure. Tricky part is the time zone change, right? As MC, I'd have to wake up early. Like it would be a 3 hour difference in time. So I can't party the night before as much as I would normally like. I don't, I can still party a bit. But yeah, let me get more music going. I don't remember if this album's any good. We might have to skip it, but we'll try. Like I popped open a bunch of new ones. I think this is the good one of the ones I popped open. I just popped open some other new ones. Or another new one. This one's just a single track. So yeah. Yeah, it should be good. Oh no, I know what event it is. Like I know all that. Like it's a conference. It's a tech conference. I don't want to dox the conference. I don't want to jinx it. Once I've got confirmation, I'll hype the shit out of it though. I do have the tuxedo hoodie, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. No, I like that idea. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. But no, it's more like not necessarily even to jinx it, but until it's confirmed, they probably wouldn't want me talking about it anyway. Like that's just how that stuff works. They could be watching right now. They could be watching right now. If I could type. No, they're probably not watching. It's fine. Take it easy there, Ash. Now, there's no way in hell they're watching, right? You'd be surprised. Like, nobody watches streams, right? It is such a small subset of people that go out of their way to watch, like, a coding stream. Especially one like this, you know? No, I just mean in general, right? Like, y'all are here, but you're, like, such a small subset of the people that, like, do development in general. And you're still a small subset. You're teeny tiny. As far as like a ratio of mass goes, you're a very small portion of the entire, you know, the entire set of developers in the world. You're minuscule there, Ash. I just want to say your profile image is misleading then. You catfishing people? Not gonna lie. Oh, catfish would be good. I want to do some fried catfish here soon. I haven't done fried fish all summer. I do some really good beer battered fish. I like to do pollock most of the time, but catfish is a good option too. Here's a question. What's everyone's favorite, like, you know, fried fish? Like, the type of fish that you like to use for fish and chips? Anyone got preferences there? I like pollock because it's like nice and thin and buttery. A really good, like, fishy fish would be good too. Cod's okay. Cod's pretty expensive. I like to side-eye and doubt people that think tilapia is the best fried fish. It costs more, so it's got to be better. No. No. It's a waste of tilapia. What's another one? Halibut. Halibut. Why would you waste halibut by battering it and frying it? And I was thinking halibut. Tilapia might be fine. Tilapia is kind of cheap, actually. But halibut? Dude, it is a waste of halibut to make fish and chips out of it. But I've had this argument with someone who's like, it's more expensive, so it's gotta be better. Cod or haddock? Ooh, haddock. I haven't had haddock for a while. Cod's like the canonical, right? And it's good because it's like nice and meaty, so you can get like thicker. Whereas, yeah, if you're doing pollock, it's like, it's really thin, which I think is really nice. if you want like good crispy fish and chips. Yeah, no worries, Glauber. Never played Haddock, but COD's all right. There you go. Nicely played there, Code Spent, Mr. Sir. I feel like you only, like, you may have been here for hours, but you only speak up when there's a really good dad joke you could make. I'm pretty sure that's it. That should have been an apostrophe instead of the semicolon. It's about that time I realized I wasn't talking to no Girl Scout. I was talking to a 600-foot tall lizard from the Paleolithic era. Or whatever, right? Maybe he says Mesozoic. I can't remember. And he probably says 60 foot tall, not 600 feet tall. That'd be huge. Damn it, woman, why you giving that monster no money? Like, yeah. Well, he seemed nice. Like, yeah, I love that episode so much. It's a good episode. But yeah, you like butterfish. You think the species varies from different regions. I'm curious, what is butterfish? Is this like a butterface joke that I just went way over my head? Okay, cool. It looks like it's a very specific fish, actually. I've never had butterfish. Yeah, like the name varies, but it's actually the same thing. Interesting. Yeah. Sheep's head is the name I've probably heard it as. I feel like some of these others maybe I've heard too. You want to know where I learned the most about fish? Dave the Diver. This is, I want to say this is one of my top, this is definitely within my top 5 games of the past 10 years. Like, the soundtrack is super good. Right? Like, the mini games and, like, all the other stuff about it is just really good. They did a really good job of combining mini games to make, like, a really good game. Like, who here has played it? Oh, there's a content pack. Oh, shit. I might have to give it another launch. I'm going to have to give it another launch. What's in the update? And hold on. Wait. This is a dude. Hold on. The dude that we're seeing here, he's from the Yakuza games, right? Ichiban. That's definitely like a character from Yakuza, yeah? Why is it mostly negative, though? Free DLCs were better. Okay. Word of the Jabberjaw? What is Word of the Jabberjaw? I've never heard of that. Yeah. Never heard of it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe any JSON. Was that a joke I just wasn't getting? Oh, Jabberjaw's an old cartoon. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even know it. I don't get the reference. But yeah, I'd happily add this to my wish list. And then if it goes on sale, then it gives me an excuse to play the game again. But yeah, butterfish is not the same as sea bass. Yeah, butterfish. I'm gonna have to look for it. Yeah, sheep's head, dollarfish, butterfish, harvest fish. I bet they got it at some of the stores nearby. Honestly, God, I kind of really want to move to Seattle just so I can be closer to Pike Place so I can get some really good fresh fish. Yeah, I just need to make enough money to buy some shit in Seattle. Because I don't want to rent. Like, I'm renting now. I don't want to move somewhere where I'm renting and it's like, you know, the same old bullshit. Like, renting sucks. I want to move somewhere and buy something. But it's definitely a bad time to buy. You've never seen butterfish before? I mean, yeah, some of the other names you might know it by, right? Sheep's head is probably the name I've seen the most. But yeah, hold on. Is butterfish spicy by default? Hold on, X Factor. I think you're making a joke to the butter chicken conversation from earlier, right? So yeah, Oscryptor, we were talking about butter chicken earlier. And typically butter chicken doesn't give you an option for how spicy you want it because they don't typically add spice. But Kanishka here in Redmond does allow you to make it spicy. Kenny, you're saying you're in Atlanta, so you might not have much of like any of these butterfish. Okay. I mean, it's an Atlantic fish. They inhabit coastal waters and sandy bottoms, most common to the Gulf of Maine. So yeah, it's like a more northern fish. So I could see it not being that common in the South. Yeah, I mean, just keep in mind the name butterfish is probably not what you would see at a fancier restaurant. They would probably call it sheep's head or dollarfish or harvest fish or something like that. But it's the same name for the same shit. My guess is it's very similar to pollock. That would be my guess. I don't know for sure. But yeah, pollock is also a very like nice thin buttery like fish fillet. And that's my favorite to make fish and chips with. But, you know, cod, and I haven't done haddock at home. I haven't done cod at home either, but I've had cod fish and chips. Like, cod fish and chips are almost a little too meaty for me. Like, I like a thinner cut. I'd rather have more thinner cuts than, like, one big fat cut. Cod is the OG, yeah. Haddock is also, I guess, like a UK like OG as well. But yeah, cod is like the OG triple for sure. But I will absolutely judge someone who thinks halibut is the best fish and chips. Like that's the big thing. Like you should not be wasting halibut on fish and chips. You're fucking up. But I've had arguments with people about this before. It was someone who I'm pretty sure was a coke dealer. So obviously, more expensive is better to a person like that. I know. Sorry. No, he's one of those dudes that bought the pizza place that I used to go to a lot, and I'm pretty sure he only bought it so he could sell coke out of the bathroom. Because it's like a good late night spot after like a baseball game kind of thing. But yeah, Coca Cola, obviously. Yeah, like the good Coca Cola. But no, I don't do that shit. So that's maybe why I judge it a bit. But, you know, to each their own. I smoke weed. So, you know. No, the food actually got way worse when he bought that pizza place. And I stopped going for a long time until I realized that, like, a new owner who cares about the quality, like, is, like, the sole owner now. I don't think they've fully recovered from the damage done though. Like they used to be a place that had good proper plates, and then they became like a paper plate like pizzeria. Which I get it, it's fine, but like it was a very big signal of like the declining quality. And over a long enough time span, real plates is a better investment anyway. Like it's a very short-sighted move to do paper plates at a pizza place. It's extremely short-sighted. So hold on. Omar, hello, just lurking. You missed the discussion about compound keywords yesterday. What's the final thoughts? We're implementing them right now, slowly, because I'm taking my sweet time, aren't I? Which I'm okay with. Hold on. Let me do one thing here. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Let me do this. This is definitely a foodie stream in disguise. Yeah, we're having some really good fun conversations. We're enjoying a day. I'm not overdoing it on the whiskey yet. And I'm planning on not overdoing it today. But so much for the plans of mice and men. I don't think men had much to do with it. Yes, that's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But yeah, what you up to, Jeff? How you doing? So yeah, Omar, we are implementing the keywords. What we're gonna actually do, we started out today thinking it would be its own separate model. And now, today, what we're doing is instead, we're using a compound Boolean. And maybe it should even be is compound. And the is compound is going to dictate whether we use the value or the parts. Right? So it's a bit of a polymorphic type. So yeah, I think that was the question you were just asking that I didn't get a chance to read yet. You're seeing the schema depends on value when it's a whole word and one-to-many for keywords. So yeah, the fact that you were able to discern that. It's not even one-to-many. We're doing an embeds many, which means this is a JSON B field. So it's not even like another type. It's not another table or anything. It's just an embedded JSON B field. And then the JSON B field uses this type under the hood, which currently is value and then is whole word, which is kind of like taken from above, but we may end up adding another field later, which would be something like qualifier. Oh, if I could spell. And then qualifier would be something like, you know, hold on. Yeah. Like, let me just... We're not going to do this yet, but field qualifier, and then this would be maybe... because we have to do a string, it would be string, you know, and the default would be and, right? But maybe another value could be... I don't think or would work. Because then, like, you know, just make a new keyword. But if someone wants to do or, like, they're not getting billed based on the keywords that much. Like, to get compound keywords, you need to be at, like, a higher level billing tier anyway. It would help get around, like, the limits to the amount of keywords you get. So, yeah, maybe not or, but not would be useful. So theoretically, you could look for foo and bar, but not baz. And then that would dictate how the regular expression gets made. Does that make sense? Yeah, I like to avoid polymorphic data types. For this case, I don't think it matters as much. For our front end, we're going to have to do some work to make that better, right? And the annoying part is that, yes, we don't get a good export of the types from our schema. So we're going to have to do some like business logic around the polymorphic types rather than like being able to get them extracted from the OpenAPI schema. I think it's worth it. Like, number one, we're not building SDKs for this project or product. I don't think it's big enough or necessary. But in a lot of other projects, polymorphic data types have bitten me when we start working with languages like Golang. Golang really, truly hates polymorphic data types. It is such a pain to work with doing like JSON marshalling and unmarshalling. Whereas like Rust handles that really well with their enums. Like there are some languages that just are fully like polymorphic data type capable, and then others that just really make you regret the decision. Um, nah, I think that gets a little too complex, and I'd have to wait for a user to request that at this point. Oh, you're right. The U and the A. Like, technically, I'm not using this field. This was just an example. Yeah, I misspelled qualifier, sure. But I don't care about that. No, no. So I think what you're misunderstanding is qualifier here is still, right? Like, I'll fix the spelling. Qualifier is for the part. You know? So these parts are part of the embedded schema for the actual keyword. And yeah, what you're saying there, like, no, I don't think I ever want to do an or. I don't think or fits because it's an easy way to circumvent like our billing tiers. If we look at our billing tiers, right, and go to pricing, the amount of keywords you're allowed is somewhat limited, right? And that's like how we decide to bill you more. If we allowed or logic with the parts of a compound keyword, that would be a real easy way to circumvent your 5 keyword limit, you know? So I just don't think that's the right move. Instead, we only want to do additive logic and maybe some negation logic. So it could be A and B in whatever order they happen in the thing, but definitely like if it has this keyword, we ignore it. I don't see a good use case for the or logic. Yeah, yeah. Compound keywords are the same like keyword limit. If you like technically from startup and unicorn, you can do compound keywords. You can't do it with pre-seed. At this point, if you're paying $20 a month, yes, compound keywords would be a part of your keyword limit. Now, we're going to have a hard cap on how many like parts you can have. And here's the thing, though, Omar. If we did and with 100 keyword parts, they would never get a match. Like, you know, because it all has to happen within the context of a single thing. I get that, Omar. Like, if someone wants to do that, that's fine. They're going to run into their event limit pretty quick anyway. X Factor, it's the same limit. So 5 keywords includes compound keywords. So you're going to have 5 total keywords that would include simple and compound. Right? It's 5 total keywords. That's it. How many parts of a compound keyword? We can limit that. I'm thinking 3, maybe 5. But even then, Omar, right? The and logic would dictate that it requires every single keyword to be within a single message. At that point, the user wouldn't get anything valuable out of trying to circumvent the keyword limit based on that, you know? Like, They wouldn't gain anything because they would never get notified on anything because no message would have all 100 keywords. Does that make sense, Omar? Like, I just want to make sure I'm explaining it right. And a lot of this stuff is going to need to go into, like, frequently asked questions and some of that stuff for sure. So wait, did I answer your question too, X Factor? The amount of parts that will allow for a compound keyword, I haven't decided on that number yet. We're going to have to. It's going to be like 3 or 5. And then I'll wait for users to say they want more. But I just think as part of like a compound keyword, yeah, the additional 2 parts are not part of your keyword limit. No, a compound keyword is made up of multiple keywords, right? Multiple like words that you care about. But they don't count towards your keyword limit. The compound keyword itself is the keyword limit. Because again, we're just checking for the presence of these things within a single message. That is the context. If we match the compound keyword and all of its parts with a single message, then you get a notification. You get an event. Otherwise, you don't get the event. You feel like there's still a bypass? I don't think there is. And I'm just not explaining what I'm getting at more. So Omar, it's all within the context of a single message. If you're limited to 5 keywords and you do a compound keyword for 2 things, right? You're looking for a message that has those 2 keywords in it, right? Or the 2 keyword parts. At that point, if you're okay disregarding every message that doesn't have both of them, then you got a problem, you know? If you want to do keyword and then a not keyword for one of them, that's the same as just doing a simple keyword. Like, that doesn't harm me in any way. And if we limit it to 3 or 5 keyword parts, then we're fine. So maybe it needs a batching version for enterprises. So instead of events, it can do a nightly batch on the mainframe at the bank. No, we're not doing batching like that. Yeah, these are excellent things to put into the frequently asked questions for sure. But as far as I'm thinking about this, as long as I don't allow or, we're fucking good. Like, we're totally good. So it's just and or not. We could maybe eventually create a tester. That would not be a bad idea, right? So, hey, you got your compound keyword with your not logic in it. Test it against this string. Boom. Problem solved, right? And we can do that all client side, so it doesn't even involve the server. It's just a tester for the Boolean logic. So yeah, like, we can definitely start doing stuff like that. I think that's an edge case. But yeah, like, these are great questions. I appreciate y'all chiming in and thinking about it. So hold on. Mainframes want batch jobs, not streams. Streams are not enterprise. And yeah, no, I get that one plane. I think enterprise users would still benefit from this because no matter what, they could do batch stuff on the stream of events that I pipe to their webhook. Because who cares? You know? Like, I think we can solve those problems via the webhook aspect of things. Let me get more music going. We're going to try a brand new album. Let's see if it's any good. Oh, it looks like I've played this one before. So never mind. I can't play it till I buy it. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep, totally. And then that becomes on them. And if they're a big enterprise, they can afford paying for someone to maintain that logic. Yeah, no, so Omar, we're not going to do or. Or is not part of anything I'm considering. I think or is wrong. We're not going to allow or. Nope. Or allows people to circumvent things. That's, I think, where you're misunderstanding. We are not going to allow or. It's just and or a not. Not the word or, right? I'm using the word or outside of the context of the things allowed. I'm just using it in my sentence to let you know the two options that you have. Not and. Or isn't part of it. At that point, there is no workaround. I'm really confident about that. We considered it at one point, but yeah, no. It's just, nope. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Wouldn't be prudent. Not gonna do it. Damn, I'm fucking old, right? Who here remembers those Saturday Night Live skits? Dana Carvey. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Read my lips. No new taxes. Which was a lie, by the way. Like, it's no wonder Bush Sr. only served one term, right? No, like, they're promising it during their term, and he couldn't even guarantee that for 4 years. So, yeah. This is like an old school 90s meme. Read my lips. No new taxes. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. That's something Bush Sr. said during his, like, campaigning. And then Saturday Night Live roasted it. But yeah, that means I'm just super old. Is what it is. Yep. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, no criticizing dear leader from one side, and then when it's not their favorite fucking sports team in the lead, they criticize everything. That's just the worst part, man. Criticize everyone and everything. Be even with your criticisms. Yeah, bad actions are bad actions, man. Yeah, if Clinton's in the Epstein files, he needs to go down too. It's just that fucking simple. People can't like it's crazy to me that there are people that can't fathom only caring about your side winning. Like it blows my mind that they can't fathom being objective. Like it doesn't compute in their head. Like it's just so weird to me. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. BRB. I do need to turn up the fan here in a second. It's a little warm in the room. Oh, there you go, Labber. What'd you get? Every time you think of a project from a need and start researching, you find what you need anyways. Yeah, I didn't do enough research myself. Keep in mind, this project we're building was always meant to be a proof of concept for another project I want to do, or that I've done, but I need to prove and actually like pivot a little bit, just only slightly. But Sifton is actually, and dude, their name is super good. I'm actually really jealous of their name. But Sifton here nails it. Like, yeah, they did a good job with their product, but at the free tier of $20 a month, 3 filters. Oh, but hold on. they do some of the not logic in their filters. I think I want to make it a little simpler from a user experience perspective. But you can add Reddit as a filter and look for r/SEO and the word agency. Okay, I kind of like that. Yeah, no, I think I want to consider what they're doing, but I also think I can undercut them pretty easily. I'm thinking I'm going to go like less on the places I listen to, but better on like how you get notified, because you only get notified from Sifton like via email. And I just think there's so much more you can do. Like there's way more you can do. But you know what? Like, yeah, Sifton nails it at this point. And at the end of the day, yeah, you could use Sifton for all this stuff I don't support, but you can get notified better in other ways too. So then one plane, you're saying people create an entire DSL when things like Cypher and Rego already exist? Well, Open Cypher hasn't been a thing for a long time. Like, it's only somewhat recently for Open Cypher. Yeah, Sifton's a quality name. I'm jealous. If I didn't have Messijo and it wasn't like a reference to IT Crowd, I would be more jealous of Sifton. But you know what? I get to make an IT Crowd reference with my product name. Like, that's just way better. That's just way better, dude. There's VC money right now. There's absolutely VC money. Maybe less than there used to be, but there's still absolutely VC money. For sure. Omar, yes, it's going to be a drop down to choose the operation. Absolutely. Right now, we're not even going to be doing the qualifiers. We're not going to do the not until someone asks for it or until we've implemented other shit. Right now, it's just an and. So it's an implied and. So yeah, Omar's over on YouTube asking these questions, if you're not aware. Oh, and Cobra Chicken, don't get me wrong, I will eventually involve AI for sentiment analysis. Technically, I can do sentiment analysis without AI because algorithms have existed for that for a while now. But I could call it AI. I can get that sweet, sweet VC money. Now, and there are definitely companies that go against the grain too. But no, there are all sorts of VC funds. Let me look at. Hold on, I've got some of them bookmarked. Right. So there's always Y Combinator. That one's big. Right. Right. So like the accelerators, I think I would have to go with because I've never done any VC funding bullshit whatsoever. So yes, I would have to go through something like Y Combinator, but there are others too. Right? There's F.Inc. Oh, not Inv. Inc. Right? This one's totally an option. There's the A16Z speedrun. All right, this one's big, especially if you're doing game stuff. I actually think the product I'm planning on dog fooding for this, right, Walter, which I need to rebrand and all that, I think that would actually be a good application for A16Z speedrun because game devs are a major focus of like the target market. But yeah, Founders Inc. There's another neo.com/accelerator. You know, like, I'm not trying to apply to any of these right now, but I think eventually that's my dream. I do want to do the startup thing. Since I was selling fucking basketball cards in the 90s, I've always wanted to be like entrepreneurial. So yes, I definitely want to do this stuff. But yeah, Neo Accelerator would be cool. Because they've got an Oregon office. I could drive down to Oregon. No problem. Like, no problem at all, dude. It'd be an excuse to go ride Mount Hood during the summer or something. Yeah, no, this one seems huge. And then those might be like the ones I know of right now. All right, so A16Z speedrun, Neo Accelerator, Y Combinator, and what was this other one? Founders Inc. No, not at all. No, Omar, you're totally misunderstanding. A bunch of these you only need an idea, but that's where they are investing in you as a person instead. So that's a little tougher. They don't necessarily need ARR, but they do need a prototype, and they do need to understand how you want to spend the money to get your product market fit and all that bullshit. They would love to see product market fit first, but if you're actually too far along, you're kind of beyond some of these companies. Right? Like if you're already like collecting a good monthly recurring revenue or like ARR, you're actually better off just going through a proper VC, not one of these incubators, not one of these accelerators. So yeah, Omar, I think you're misunderstanding. Venture capital would like to see value, but going through an accelerator or an incubator is one way to circumvent that. And to get accepted to Y Combinator, sometimes all you need is an idea and to graduate from the right school. Right? Stanford. For most. Right? So it's a little tougher. Yeah. Like, 5 out of 10 startups fail. Another 2 or 3 out of 10 break even. And then the last 2 out of that 10 make a profit. And hopefully one of them's a fucking unicorn. Like, technically, you're banking on like a 1 out of 10 success rate for funding a startup. Like, in general, from an investor standpoint. And I'm pretty sure that's even the case for Y Combinator. There's a 1 out of 10 success rate for even Y Combinator backed companies. I'm pretty sure that's the money that's like the average that Y Combinator banks on. Like, I'm not talking 1 out of 10 of all startups. I'm saying 1 out of 10 of funded startups. Like, that's the number that they're hoping to hit, and they usually do. And yeah, we've read a bunch of those articles here on stream in the past. Yeah, and here's the biggest thing. Like, part of getting into Y Combinator is getting actual users from the rest of the people of your cohort and the rest of the people that are like Y Combinator companies. You can get users just simply from being part of a cohort because they encourage each other to like dog food each other. So yeah, some of that like monthly recurring revenue is actually from the fact that there's a lot of like commingling happening. Something to think about, you know. And again, I'm not the expert. This is just stuff I've read. This is my interpretation. I could be totally fucking wrong. I've never been accepted to Y Combinator. I haven't actually applied yet. I kind of want to. Oh, damn, Ethan, you worked for a Y Combinator startup? Yeah, exactly. Like, no, that's a huge thing. That's a big part of like establishing your product market fit. You can have other people evaluate your company and use your product and tell you what sucks. That's huge. That's like a major benefit to being a part of those networks. Otherwise, you got to do like product market fit the hard way. Like, no, that's actually a major benefit. You can get people actually using your shit because they're incentivized to, you know, intermingle. I was thinking of a grosser word for it, but yeah. Cross propagate. That's not grosser, but could be worse. 2019 summer batch. Got it. You only go to Y Combinator if you need scale. You typically don't seek you typically don't seek VC funding unless you need scale. Like, you typically don't even need outside investment unless you need scale. If you could just bootstrap and make money and grow that way, you should. My audio became louder for some reason. It shouldn't have changed. Maybe I was yelling. I don't know. Yeah, it was probably me yelling. I don't know. That's my bad. I feel like it's capped at a good level, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. In general, I think you're right, Cobra Chicken, right? You don't want to do R&D on a VC funding budget. Now, keep in mind that there are companies that do that where R&D is important, but they want to see how you're going to use the money to grow the business. And that usually involves like, we need venture capital because I need to invest in advertising and go-to-market strategy and, you know, bullshit. I am saying bullshit. I just mean like other stuff. I mean, technically everything's bullshit from a cynical enough perspective. But yeah, like, you know, like our operating costs are going to be so high that we need VC funding to even get off the ground. To do so, you know, that would be stuff like Brex and like any of these like banking style like startups where it's like, yeah, we'll give you like credit cards and blah, 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 you know, like just so that your employees can expense things easier. Right? Brex and companies like that need VC funding because you can't even get into that industry without like a baseline amount of capital to do the bullshit, you know? Like, I don't think Mercury could exist without VC funding to get off the ground. I think it's a fantastic product and I use Mercury, but I don't think they could have ever gotten off the ground otherwise. There's just like, there's a baseline of like capital that you need to get into some industries. For hardware startups, yeah, there's a baseline of capital you need to make a hardware startup happen. Messijo? Dude, Messijo doesn't need any fucking startup capital. If I build something and it works and it solves problems, I think I can hype it up. I'm a little scared to hype it up in the state it's in right now, but I still think it's at a point where, like, I don't know, we could get at least a couple customers because they see the value. Yeah, like, dude, once this product is fully launched, I need to start going to like startup meetups, you know? Because it's not just a thing where I can talk with other startup founders. I can also pitch them on, like, yeah, how are you doing your marketing? Are you listening for, like, when people are mentioning this stuff about, like, how your business works, and how are you, like, finding these people and letting them know that you exist? Voila. Cobra Chicken, you're more academic, not application. Yeah, dude, you'll never get VC funding for that. No, dude. Hell no. No, that's like grant material. Yeah, that's a totally different, like, context. That's a totally different niche. Yeah, so when you said R&D, that's a different kind of R&D. No, VC funding requires that you have actually, like, a business thing to do. If you haven't even figured out the business aspect yet, even like a bad version of it, yeah, you'll never get funded that way. If you dive into AI research, yeah, you can get some of those sweet, sweet Zuck bucks. Technically, he'd just snag all your best, like, researchers for $1 million a year, you know? VCs fund research through universities? As far as I understand, that's still kind of rare. I think that's still kind of rare, like, comparatively. I'm not saying you're wrong, and you probably know more about it than I do. I have talked to people who were, like, operating from, like, I forget the name. It's like something hall. It's basically startup hall at UW. There are startups that operate out of startup hall. I'm really not sure how many of them actually succeed, though. I went and chatted with one of these dudes that was, like, lead engineer for a startup hall company. He works at Apple now. Like, no, he's not with that company anymore. So I would have been fucking up to quit the job I had to go to that. I would have been fucking up. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I get it. I don't even remember what the business was, but the dude, the dude is the dude. Brandon Bloom, anyone who's, like, really into these, like, spaces probably even knows that dude. This dude. Yeah, man, he's done some shit. Like, he's big time. Honestly, just being able to work alongside him would have been huge. Like, yeah, he's big time. And he works at Apple now, just doing awesome shit. Yeah, he's just awesome, man. I don't fanboy too much, but when I do, it's for a good reason. Yeah, this dude knows what the fuck he's talking about. I've had some really deep technical conversations with him at a bunch of events pre-COVID, and every single time I come away, like, knowing more. It's actually rare for that to happen. You know? Like, at a meetup, people don't like to get that deep. This dude's happy to go real deep conversation-wise. Anyway, yeah. Let's keep building out what we're doing. I know we got onto like some side tangents, and we can keep chatting side tangents times. No, so hold on. Individual programmers kind of are sports teams. I just want to point that out there, Bob. No, actually, no. Being a fan of individual devs is a sports team thing. You're not comparing them against other devs, but you can still fanboy. I'm a huge fanboy of Gary Bernhardt. I'm a massive fanboy. Like, I'm not even kidding. The fact that I've gotten to hang out with this dude at Seattle JS blows my fucking mind every time. And he's not even just brilliant. He has a fucking conscience. That's something that, man, every single time I talk to him, whether it's blowing my mind about some tech or him making me reevaluate some of my goals, every single time I chat with this dude, I become a better person after. Like, I'm a huge fan. It's okay to be a fanboy of people. As long as you're not saying one person's better or worse than the other. We're not trying to get into that type of bullshit. But yeah, I'm a huge Gary Bernhardt fan. Dude's fucking brilliant. Any conversation you have with him, you are better off after the conversation. Just from having it. SIGGRAPH? I've heard of SIGGRAPH, and yeah, it's cool. No, I get it. That's over in Europe, though, right? Like, I believe SIGGRAPH is Germany? Or does it move around? Oh, it's in Canada this year? I could have sworn it was in Germany last year, so it moves around. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. When is it? Cobra Chicken, are you saying you work at Meta? Oh, that's cool, man. 10th to 14th of this month? Like, in just a couple days? Yeah, I'm not going to make it. I have not planned ahead. Yeah, I don't think I'm making it. Shit, that sucks. If I'd known, I definitely would have done it. I would have planned ahead for it. Oh, you're independent. Yeah, no worries, no worries. We know a few people that work at Apple, actually. We know a few people that work at Meta. We know a few people that work at a bunch of companies here. It's kind of crazy. But Meta's bringing out, like, all of their cool new tech. That's awesome, man. No, this seems cool. I wish I knew about it ahead of time. That's on me. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. I should go at least once. I'm not getting any younger. No, and I get that. It's not even about, like, the cost of the conference. It's about the logistics of not being home for 4 days. Like, I would have needed to request the time off ages ago. Technically, could I still work from SIGGRAPH? Yeah, maybe. I probably could have done it. I got too much work to do. Like, Sunday is the 10th. Nah, man, dude, I got so much work I got to do on Sunday. I was actually hoping to go golf, and I don't even think I can at this point. There's like a video I needed to have made by today that I didn't finish today. I'm so close. I'm too critical of the me talking parts of the video. And then I also ran into a bunch of issues running our CLI tool, but hopefully I can work around it. Hopefully. Yeah, it's mostly graphics and game dev. Yeah, I get that. Honestly, if it's game dev focused, it'll benefit me once I start building out Walter more. Which, you know, I'd still need to, like, pull the trigger on a new name. For sure. But yeah, the fact that Sifton is confident enough to charge $20 a month at the entry level, $40 a month at the mid level, and then $100 a month at that level, based upon my pricing, I can undercut them a bit because I don't offer nearly as much, and then eventually maybe upgrade, right? You know, increase the prices. I could easily double my pricing once I think I'm delivering the same value. But in the meantime, no, I have to undercut because I'm not offering nearly as much. I think the different, like, notification avenues is huge, though. And if I were to maybe eventually get some VC funding, acquiring Sifton could be a big part of it, you know? If I could get enough VC funding, just acquiring Sifton and their customers would be boom, like bam, like nailed it. And then bringing in how they're like consuming events from all this other shit. How long would a re-implementation of what I'm building take? Or are you saying of what they've built? Like, to re-implement everything they've done? Oh, dude, like... Dude. They're listening to so much shit. It'd take a while. Like, I could get Lobsters. I could get Y Combinator. I could get Reddit. I think every other thing they're doing, I don't know, that's tougher. But also the way I'm doing it is different. Like, the way they're establishing filters is just a different thing. So yeah, like a re-implementation of everything they've done? Nah, that's going to be way tougher. And also, I think at this point, it's a separate thing. In general, I don't think people care about past events. They only care about new events going forward so they can respond in a timely manner. I'd be really curious, like, how much someone cares about responding to a Quora thing that happened last year. Like, who gives a shit? It's over, man. Who gives up? Like, who cares? Like, give up. Yeah, no, I get it. And they got reviews that they're calling out here. I just think no matter what, like, I've read 2 or 3, right? React to what people are saying about us. If it's about reaction, you don't care about what's happening a year ago. Like, yeah, I don't think any of these customers care about the past. They want to be able to respond to shit in real time. Now, keep in mind, I could reach out to these people. I could at least reach out to Arvid, because we follow each other on Twitter. I'm pretty sure. Maybe he unfollowed. Let me double check. I'm actually really curious about that now. Let me double check. Yeah. See? Like, he still follows me. I still follow him. Like, I could reach out to Arvid. No problem. No, just to get his feedback. Like, I wouldn't want him to switch, but I could reach out to him and ask, you know? And there's other people I could ask too. There are startup people. Like, no, like, I got people I can reach out to. Honestly, I bet Levels.io would consider using my product at some point. Like, I think he's rich enough that he doesn't care about the micro marketing part. But I don't know for sure. Oh, dude, yeah, no, Arvid kills it. Like, he's another, like, really great indie hacker, man. Like, yeah, dude, this guy fucking kills it, man. Yeah. And seriously, Cobra Chicken, yes, that shit's important. Networking is probably one of the top things you can do if you're trying to launch a product. Just, there's something crazy about it. Like, and consider Twitch streaming to be networking. In general, if I'm building a product that people want to use, I can actually expose it to my stream here, and I can get users like that. When we had our, like, planning a meal together app, you know, I opened it up and allowed people to, like, just hop into my Expo hosted application to try it out. Easily, just 20 users immediately, right? For me election. Exactly, Kenny. One of those users was fucking Benawad, man. That blew my goddamn mind. I'm so curious, like, what his name is here on Twitch. I wonder if he still watches. I'd be so goddamn curious, actually. But Benawad was one of the people that tried out the app just to see. You don't remember how it was spelled? No, you spelled it completely right. Yeah, that was me election, for sure. 100%, dude. You spelt it 100% right because, yeah, it fits. Like, yeah, that actually makes me feel good about it. I actually want to rebuild me election at some point. Or technically not even rebuild, but just update and keep it good. Yeah, it was a really fun app and all that, but, dude, I don't think it would make any money. Or to make it make money is beyond my capability. Like, I don't know for sure. But I want to go B2B first. If I can make enough money off some B2B shit, I can then approach some B2C shit. And that's just like a personal pivot that I've done. Am I wrong? Maybe. But I just think it is so much easier to hit on a B2B product that makes some money. Whereas like a B2C product, people want shit for free. I'm not sure what you're really asking there, Glauber. Like, now we're just talking about stuff I've made. We're enjoying a Friday together. That kind of thing. It's all about, like, viability of businesses. And I'm not the expert. You know, don't listen to me. These are just thoughts I have that I'm trying to validate. Right? It'd be like listening to fucking Mark Lou, about what makes a successful business. That dude doesn't fucking know. All he knows is how to sell hopium to other devs and exploit them. His most successful businesses are selling hopium, not actually building a product that works. I feel bad for anybody that thinks Mark Lou is a good role model. Like, nah, man. If their best business is selling other people on how to make a business, like, dude. It's like every fucking grifter you've seen on late night TV. Make your first $1 million by buying my course. Why would you make a course about it if you could just do the thing instead? You saw I have a Bandcamp to releasing things? Wait, what? I don't have any music up on Bandcamp. I do have music up on SoundCloud. Do I have a link for that? No. Oh, there it is. Yeah, voiceless. So yeah. Check out the, you can find music Chris composed and recorded in his SoundCloud. Like, you can check that out, sure. No, I think you're massively confusing that. I have not published anything to Bandcamp yet. I'm planning on doing so, but they require, like, high quality, and all my stuff is made ages ago. I want to make, like a demo album and release it to Bandcamp, and then maybe eventually record some of my, like, acoustic stuff and then other music. But again, music is B2C. I'm not trying to focus on anything B2C at the moment. The only thing I will do that goes against that, like, anti-B2C mentality is, yes, I do want to make some beanies that I could sell. You know, right? Add a little, like, label or whatever to them. Bam. Here's some beanies. Mr. Sir merch. We'll do that eventually. But no, like, I'm really anti anything, like, truly, like, B2C at the moment. It's just too hard to make work. Right? If B2B companies are, like, I don't know, like, 1 in 10 would be a good thing, like 1 in 50 would be maybe, right? At 1 in 50 for B2B, I would say B2C, you're looking at 1 in 100, maybe even like 1 in 1,000. What about 14 years? Did you type that in the wrong chat? I feel like that's something you meant to type in a different chat. I don't know. Expand upon it if I'm wrong. Oh, you're saying 14 years ago is when I recorded that. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, super old. Yeah, good catch. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, did you not know I'm fucking old? I'm super old there, Gundam. Gundam style. Sorry, that was a bad joke. Oh, I know. I need to make some new stuff. I totally do. If you save up enough channel points, you could make me play guitar here on stream. And yeah, some of those acoustic songs are things I want to record. It would be for like an acoustic only album. And then yeah, like proper like full band style, but I'm still the one like sequencing everything. Yeah, that it takes so much effort and time to make like a real song, you know? If someone wanted to make me play guitar right now, I would honor it. But I think tomorrow might be a better day for it. Right? Earlier in the stream. Less whiskey. It might be the perfect time then, because, yeah, a lot of the acoustic stuff I play is pretty mellow. I haven't played it in a while, though. So I'd probably fuck up a bunch. It's up to you, Kenny. If you redeem it, I'll play it. I'll do one song. Don't blame me if I'm fucking up because I got the whiskey in me. One whiskey, perfect. 2.5 whiskeys, yeah. All right, tomorrow, sounds good. No problem. Yeah, hold on. We know a streamer named Productive Time. The exact opposite would be Whiskey Time. You would, but you can't afford it. I think you're fucking up there, Ethan. I'm pretty sure you got way more points than that. I'm pretty sure you got way more. But yeah, you probably won't learn a digital audio workstation in 2025. Wait, why is that? That makes zero sense to me. Do you think AI is going to replace sequencing and mastering music? Have you heard AI-generated music? Boy, it sucks. Ugh. Ballless, soulless sucker of Satan's cock. Just the worst. I get it, Cobra Chicken. Like, you'd go into a studio and have someone, like, record that shit and sequence it and edit it and master it for you? Or you're saying you wouldn't pay for the software? Because there are free digital audio workstations. Technically, you can buy a DAW like Sonar and not upgrade it because, dude, the upgrades aren't worth it for sure. Glauber. Hold on, wait. The mod that I fired, they got fired for a different reason, though. They got fired because they suck. I don't fire that many mods. I don't expect anything of my mods, really. But the moment they start to suck, well, then we got a problem. It's really rare for me to unmod a mod. Like, it's so rare. It's so rare. Because I expect nothing of mods. Like, nah, dude. This isn't a job. I can't pay you. Nah, man, just hang out and be a good example for the rest of chat. And that's where that one mod fucked up. They weren't a good example for the rest of chat. That's the one rule I have for mods, and they fucked it up. Like, it's so easy to be a mod in this channel. It's one of the easiest streams to be a mod in. And they couldn't even handle that. I did. Kind of sad. Ooh, Glauber, I don't remember what the mod did to you. I have no idea. No clue. Hold on. Wait. Which song is it? We'll listen to it. Dude, some of these AI things are fun. Yeah, some of the shit that, man, and we haven't seen her in a while. Yeah, some of the songs that were made were really fun. Let's play this one real quick. It's bullshit. Hold on. What were... Like, that one's good. I get it. I appreciate it. Thank you. God, what was the one that Sab had? Yeah, we haven't seen Sab in ages. I hope they're doing all right. Not gonna lie. Hearing any of these songs, I probably don't blink enough and then my eyes water up and all that. Yeah. One of Sab's was really good too. But anyway. Hold on, Cobra Chicken. I didn't catch that. Yeah, that song was from Suno, for sure. And yeah, like, Suno songs are okay for some bullshit, but they kind of suck in general. All right, so hold on. Let me catch up on some of these comments. Yeah, no, like, I've got that in general. When I hear my own shit, like, especially my own singing, it'll make me, like, tear up a bit. I think it's because I forget to blink. I don't know what it is. I'm a bit of a weepy individual, though, so, fuck it. All right, so hold on. You produce music, Ableton team. You kind of know what I'm feeling. You have a lot of projects that are unreleased. Yeah, no, it's a different thing. Like, to record and make a song that you're proud of involves a lot. Like, dude, it's tough. It's, like, really hard. But then even then, it's, like, it's a huge time investment for something that's only, like, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes long. I'd love to make more music. when I have time and money to make more music. Which means I need to continue finishing to launch this product and get customers and make some ARR or MRR bullshit numbers happen so that I can actually then afford to work on other shit, you know? And that's all there is to it. I like Ableton for how, like, some of the, like, the loop artists, like, do their live shit. That shit's amazing to me. The way that people, like, leverage Ableton in a live context is amazing. It blows my mind every time. Instead of, like, relying upon some, like, Line 6 pod bullshit, right? Like, just leverage a computer, do the Ableton part, and fucking, like, make it work. That shit blows my mind every time. Oh, before your accident? Oh, shit, Glauber. I don't know if you've talked about your accident, and you don't have to. Totally up to you. But I feel like if you can type here in chat, dude, you can make music still. Is it going to be the same kind of music? No. But you can still make music. We're in the golden age of just being able to make any music you want. It's amazing. Like, with a couple VSTs, a couple, like, you know, drum sample kits, you can make any music you've ever wanted. It's actually really fucking cool. We're in the golden age of indie music production. Oh, shit. Okay, so you never mentioned it. You were using... So hold on, man. Are you no longer in a wheelchair? That's fucking huge, dude. Fuck yeah, man. No, that's fine. Like, I want to be so stoked for you, man. You're no longer confined, right? And if you are, I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. But, dude, that's fucking huge, dude. Dude, I think that's way more, man. Like, dude. Yeah, I'm happy for you, Glauber. Hell yeah, man. Oh, and GS Volt. Fuck yeah. Like, dude, it's never been easier to make music. Like, it's never been easier. All right, you go back fucking 50 years, and they didn't even know about multi-tracking, right? John Lennon had to sing 2 takes for each ear back in the day. And then for Revolver, they invented multi-tracking. Right? John Lennon actually forced the industry to become better because he was sick of fucking multi-tracking. Or is sick of singing the same shit twice, you know? Yeah, dude. For the album Revolver, they invented the dual tracking for his vocals to get it in both ears. Like, and that's just fucking 50 years ago, man. The industry has gone so fucking far in the last 100 years. In, like, a crazy fucking way, dude. Like, it's amazing. Yeah, it's never been easier to make music. There's a KEXP concert we've listened to here on stream and that I've listened to in the past from a band called Pigs, 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 Pigs. This, like, kind of, like, punk and, like, rock and whatever and all that shit. And at that point, like, dude, like, one of the people in the band is like, yeah, I have my own studio. I got into it just after the digital revolution. And then the other person who's in there was like, yeah, I was getting into music production before the digital revolution. And it's just a totally different fucking thing, you know? Bingo, bango, bongo. Like, bingo. No, John Lennon created Revolver. Like, the album Revolver is easily in the 60s. I thought it was 70s, technically. (1966). Okay. So I was wrong. It's 60 years ago. I thought it was 50. It's 60. But this is the album where they invented multi-tracking, right? For, like, recording a single audio take to both ears. And yeah, Nori's bingo. Sorry about that. But yeah, this specific album was where they invented multi-tracking a single take. It involved just two fucking recorders. They were actually out of sync from each other a little bit because of how that worked, right? Because they all had their own, like, individual, like, motor and idiosyncrasies to record to the tape. So they were actually, like, slightly out of sync, and then they had to, like, figure out how to sync them up. Like, back in the day, dude, they had to actually use proper tape for this shit, and it's insane. But yes, they invented it for Revolver. He was sick of recording the same audio take twice. John Lennon actually pushed music production along in a crazy way. Damn, Cobra. How bad do your knees hurt when you wake up in the morning? Pretty bad, right? That's my gauge of, like, someone's, like, old. No offense. I apologize if you take offense to it. You're in your mid-30s? I think it's a different version of tape at that point. You're talking about cassettes. It's a different thing. Now we're talking, like, reel to reel. You sweet summer child. You didn't even walk around that much. Exactly, GS-Full. No, Cobra Chicken. I'm not talking about cassettes. Like, at all. No, dude. I'm not talking about cassettes. We're talking about reel to reel. Like, old school, like, how recording actually happened. It's a different thing, right? When I'm talking about tape in that day, it's a single tape. And it only handled a single fucking, like, track. This is before 8-track, even, you know? Oh, I'm old as fuck. I deserve the title of Mr. Sir at this point. You youngins. You sweet summer children. The 2.5 inch? I think it was bigger than that. Or you're saying maybe 2.5 inch was like the tape itself. I don't think they were that thick. Nah, 2.5 inch sounds like something that film would do. I believe the reel-to-reel tapes were, I don't know, like that thick. Like, inch. Let Paul explain. No, like, the album Revolver was the first time that shit ever happened. It like, rebuilt the industry. It changed how music was made from then on. It's crazy. Like, it's insane. And it's all because John Lennon was too lazy to record the same take twice. I'm not a fan of the Beatles' music, but to ignore their impact on music in general would be insane. No, and I get that. That's fine. I don't like their music. Nah, man. I'm not a fan. Give me Cream any day of the week. Give me Doobie Brothers. Give me like just there's so much more. Like I'd rather listen to Motown than the Beatles, you know? The Temptations? Ooh, buddy. Yeah, give me the Temptations over the Beatles like any day of the week. No offense, like you can't deny the impact they had, but I just didn't like their early music. It was too bubblegum. If I'm gonna listen to something somewhat bubblegum, give me some Motown. I know you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. If I have to beg and plead for your sympathy, I don't mind, 'cause it means that much to me. Right? And that song, like, dude, that song, it just hits. It's fucking good. Yeah, I think you're talking about the movie. Yeah, GS Volt. You're talking about this same exact film. I had an English teacher in high school that actually made us watch that film during class because he was feeling really lazy those days. Is it 4 hours? I know we had to watch it over a couple days for sure, but it's got fucking Darius from Cool Runnings in it, right? And he plays the dude that starts out that song, like, I know you wanna leave me, right? Like, yeah, we got the one Darius and the one Junior, right? But yeah, Darius from Cool Runnings plays like the asshole in the Temptations film. Yeah, it's a good fucking movie. Hell yeah, dude. Ain't Too Proud to Beg is my favorite Temptation song for sure. There's just something like, it's almost like punk, you know? There's something like gritty about that song. There's something really like just awesome about that song. I love that song. Yeah. I'd rather listen to any old Motown over some of the bullshit bubblegum shit. Oh, Glauber, I don't know. I'm not sure. I want to say somewhere in your 40s, but I don't. You haven't made enough comments that would date you, so I don't know. You could easily be in your 30s, maybe even 20s, because you haven't made enough comments that would really like hint at your age. I do want to guess somewhere in your 40s though, but that's a bad guess because I just don't have enough to go on. Yeah, no, I'm calling bullshit immediately. Nah, no way in hell. All right, so 33. Yeah, my second guess would have been 30s, and you're good. Bingo, dude, you're in your 50s based on some of the shit you've said. You're definitely in your 50s. I'm pretty sure you've even said the age. I think you're on the latter half of your 50s. Like, you've outed yourself. I'm pretty sure you've said it. Meanwhile, I'm 110 years old. I look great for 110, don't I? Yeah, exactly, bingo. Like, the fact that I remembered that, I'm just that good, right? I'm just that good. I am the Mr. Sir. Wait. Hold on. Let me read some of this. And hold on. So you get home from a great night, and this is what makes you happy: some release and fun with cool dudes. Yeah, dude, bingo. No, we're hanging out. This is the best. This is my absolutely favorite part of streaming, just hanging out and chatting with people. And then sometimes I actually write software too, which I would not do on my own time because I got video games to play, man. If you guys think you're distracting me, you are not distracting me any more than I would distract myself. So this is the best. This is my favorite part. I fucking love streaming, man. I fucking love streaming. Hey, thanks, Jenzo. I appreciate that, man. I fucking love streaming. This, like, even if I made it, if I fucking, like, woo, sold a business for $1 billion, I'd probably still stream. You know? Because it's hard to beat this. It's hard to beat this vibe. Y'all are the best. The guy made $1 million. Yeah. The pet rock. You think the pet rock was a good idea? The guy made $1 million. If I could just have my own pet rock, oh, I'd be so good. Oh, I'd be set. Even a million, right? I don't even need $1 billion. Just $1 million would set me up to stream forever. I could buy a place for, like, I don't know, 400 to 500K, and then live as cheap as I live already. Dude, that'd be amazing. I could basically retire on $1 million because I live frugally anyway. All right, so hold on. Let me catch up on some comments. So yeah, Glauber is asking Cobra, Newmark, Platt FX, Serato, and Ableton. What is Serato and what is Newmark Platt? Actually, I don't know any of those. Like, look at it this way, though. Hold on. There are free digital audio workstations like Reaper. And someone else mentioned Reaper. Here we go. Yeah. So, Glauber, right? Reaper, LMMS, and Bitwig. Wait, is Bitwig free? Yeah, Reaper's a DAW, for sure. Yeah, Reaper's totally free. There's another one. I think it starts with an A. Bitwig is paid for sure. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Bitwig Studio. I don't remember what Bitwig does. God, it's not Audible. I feel like it starts with an A, but it's like an individual, like, single file, like, editor. Right? So Reaper is like the multi-track editor. But there's like if you want to like directly edit a single track as like the audio wave file, there's an open source version for that too. Now, so I'm sorry, Glauber. No. We don't want to talk about keygens and all that stuff. I understand. I've done it in the past, but we cannot promote it here. Serato is like virtual DJ and record box and supports mixing and analyzing stems. Okay, so it's like if you want to be like a dance hall DJ, Serato would really like help you do that. Okay. Yeah, that's like an aspect of music I'm not into, but I get it. That makes sense. God, what is the open source thing, though? Hold on. Is it Audible? Audacity. Thank you. Thank you. Audacity. Yes. Not Audible. Audacity. And yeah, no worries, bingo. Yep. Have a good night. No. So keep in mind, if you have to do that stuff, then do it. I'm not going to judge you. But if you make enough money from being a software dev or doing any other thing and you have disposable income, you're fucking up by not supporting the software industry around those things. Like, I have paid for FL Studio. I have paid for Cakewalk Sonar. I have paid for VSTs that I like. If you make enough money, you should pay for the shit that you use. If you're broke, I get it. But the moment you make any money off of your products, you should pay for it. Right? If you make any money off streaming music or making music or recording music, you should pay for the shit that got you there first before you realize any profit. You don't have to do what I say, but we don't want to talk about piracy here too much. I understand if people do it, but the moment you're making money from that shit, you should pay for it. Like, if you're singing, you should pay for... fuck. Hold on, what's the name of the thing that does, like, the auto-tune? It's not literally auto-tune, that's a separate thing. Hold on. Not auto-tune itself, because fuck that one, but there's another one. Solemnity Melodyne. That's it. Melodyne. I have absolutely used Melodyne in the past. If I were to record music today, I would pay for it. And Melodyne's fucking magic. Melodyne is so much fucking better than, like, regular autotune. Dude, no, Melodyne's the fucking bee's knees. Maybe that shit's changed in the past 10 years, because I haven't kept up. But I would pay for Melodyne, because I owe them. I massively owe them. You bought a Guitar Pro license? Guitar Pro is for like guitar sounds for like. Is that for like your audio you recorded, but it's like digital effects, etc.? Okay. Yeah, Glabber. Like, dude, Melodyne is amazing. Like, Melodyne is the industry standard for auto tuning, actually. No, and I get that there, Cobra. All right, so hold on. Since we got so many music heads here, you are welcome to judge me for the bad music I made. If you hear this and you think, oh, Death Cab for Cutie, that's a huge compliment. If not, it's fine. But this has me singing on it, so brace yourselves. Definitely not Ethan. And this is all melodined, right? This is all melodined. I owe Solemnity some money. At some point. Oh, yeah, for sure. This is melodined. 100%. Melodyne is, yeah, for making your, like, singing on key. But it's done in such a way that you can't hear it, right? Whereas, like, proper auto-tune, like, auto-tune itself, like, you hear immediately. And I was mostly good. I was mostly good. Yeah, you need to be close enough for it to correct you. If you're way off, there's nothing that'll make you sound good. Like, you gotta be close. But I don't have perfect pitch. Yeah, I still love that song. I apologize if you guys were not ready to have your ear holes fiddled with in that way, but you know, yeah. Hope you enjoyed it. If you didn't, I'm sorry. I know it's an acquired taste. Yeah, exactly. Keck is pissed. Keck's fucking pissed. My bad. I'm sorry. It's rare. It'll only happen on a Friday or a Saturday. You'll never hear that shit midweek. Your ears are fully fiddled. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I apologize. But it could have been worse. I could play another. And I don't think you want that. It's fine. All right, this one's worse. This one's way worse. Hold on. I've actually got two of them. No. Okay, hold on. No, this one's the absolute worst, and the one after it'll be better. This is the first song I recorded with me singing. This one doesn't have Melodyne. Oh, wait, hold on. This one doesn't even have the singing. Shit. It's actually, like, a nice song, actually, without the singing. Nah, you know what? That one's actually kind of nice. That one's actually not so bad. Here we go. This one has the singing. And you'll hear the difference in quality. I'm also singing outside my range, I think. And it's the very first thing I made, so it's going to be the worst. Like, I'm not actually even singing. This is basically talking. There's nothing punk about this. Yeah. So that one, marginal. This one has me singing. I'm more proud of this one than that last one. That one I still like. That last one, like, dude, this is the only one not about a relationship. So this one, like, it's like fucking 20-year-old philosophy bullshit. Like, philosophy made by a 20-year-old, right? Like, fucking freshman at college bullshit. The lyrics are garbage. The reason there's an effect on the voice is it's like someone yelling at a crowd over a megaphone, you know? That was what I intended with it. There was like a vision for it, but it sucks. It's fine. And yeah, this is me playing bass. This is me playing guitar. This, like, yeah, I did everything other than the drums, and the drums are just, sequenced in FL Studio using like real samples though. So the drum beat sounds somewhat real. And this is also pre Melodyne. So yeah, pre Melodyne. Melodyne is magic. Dude, Cobra, this shit's like 20 years old. Like, I probably recorded this in 2007. This could easily be 2006, actually. I'm so proud of this shit. Like, come on, man. How many people actually record music and do anything with it? I'll take it any day of the week. Do I look back and cringe a little bit? Yeah, sure. But I wouldn't be me without having made this shit. I wouldn't be me without it. All right, let's get some more music going. Do we want to listen to some funk? Should we just do that? I do have to go pee. All right, let's play a little bit of Game Night from Dom Palombi before we probably put on that one Wolfpack live, like, track or whatever. I want to hear some fucking funk, you know? But let me go pee. BRB. And yeah, hold on. Let me crank up the volume. We cranked it down a little bit. And there you go. BRB. Gotta pee. All right. So I'm back. Yeah. We're chilling. We're doing our thing. And yeah, no worries, Cobra Chicken. No worries, anyone else. Like, yeah, we're chilling, man. All right, yeah. No, this music's a little much at the moment. What was I saying we'd listen to, but I totally forgot about just now? I want to hear some funk. Yeah, some fucking Wolfpack, man. Yep. I want to hear that fucking Ann Arbor, Michigan show. Welcome back, Ann Arbor. Not Ann Arbor, Glauber. Tomato. This is definitely the show. Yes. Hell yeah. Dude, Joe Dart on the bass. Right? The guitar people killing it. The main guy just on drums fucking killing it. If you're not aware, hold on. Oh, wait. If I could spell? Not the P-Timogen. If you all seen this, the Primogen GIF, which I think he still uses to this day, I made that. And that's the fucking, like, drummer, like, main organizer of Wolfpack doing the fucking dancing for one of their songs. And I just, like, Prime was wearing a red shirt that day. And he had his glasses on, and I was like, damn it, this shit fits. So I put Prime's head on the Vulpix singer's body. I did that, by the way, and I think Prime still uses it, which I'm really proud of. I'm doing both there, Glauber. Come on, take it easy. No judgment. Be cool. R and T are right next to each other, man. Take it easy. Who's the Primogen? I don't know. I think he's just some dude that really likes to dance to some funk. He might be thinking about programming one of these days. Is he the one that took forever to mod you? I think you might have heard of him, but you're blanking it out. For a long time, he was the one that didn't trust you to be a mod. I'm pretty sure. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Eh? Is he a goer? Does he go? God damn it. Hold on. I need to go pour some more water. Unless we think we're probably at the end of stream. Like, how much code has happened in the last 2 hours? Basically none. We can keep going, though. We can keep doing some code stuff. But will we? That one's way more questionable. But can we just recognize that, yeah, I played myself singing and we lost easily 20 viewers? If you're a streamer, don't play yourself singing on stream. Little warning to the wise. I know, I get it there, Kenny. It's fine, it's fine. But let me go pour some more water. I'll be right back. Yeah, I forgot to pour water. I knew I had to pee. I forgot the... All right, I'm back. And yeah, seriously, I'm just having a good day. I got a little bit of bad news earlier, but honestly, I think it was good news too. Because I wasn't ready for it to be better news. And then I got other really good news as a separate thing. Nah, I really don't do song requests. I'm sorry, Glauber. Nah, I'm sorry. I don't do song requests. No, because I don't necessarily want to shout out the bad news either. No, it's not like terrible news. No. It was simply like a thing I thought I was a shoo-in for, what I was actually like apprehensive about actually turned out being a no, which actually like frees me up from like a moral conundrum. So like I actually think it's a blessing in disguise. So it's not a big deal. I really, really, really don't think the timing was right. No. It's not terrible news. There's nothing like health wise or anything like gnarly. It was just a thing where I did a thing because I really like a couple people there, and I decided to go with the thing, even though I don't think it was the right time for it. God. And I can't dox the entirety of the conversation yet. I think it was actually really bad timing. So I'm glad that the timing actually didn't have to be bad timing. I think if the situation had happened just in a few months, I would have been way more bummed about it, but I'm actually kind of relieved as well. Because it means I don't have to have these really awkward conversations that would have entailed the other thing. Like, I was technically not ready for the thing. God, and I'm so sorry for being vague about it. I can't say anything more about it, really. But yes, I think it was bad timing. I thought I was a great fit. The fact that it turns out I wasn't a great fit is a little weird to me. Because of other stuff I've done, but you know, it's whatever. It's totally whatever. No, and I'm so sorry, Glauber. I do not take song requests. I just don't do it. If I hate it, you would feel bad seeing me react negatively to it. Like, it's never a good thing to take song requests because I am extremely particular about what I like and I don't like. So, yeah, I'm sorry, Glauber. Like, I do not do song requests. Nah, hell no. Yeah, and it's fine, Glauber. Like, I get it, man, but when you have a song that you really like and you recommend it to someone and they fucking hate it, that shit hurts, you know? Like, it hurts at a level that is not, like, skin level. It hurts in your fucking bones, you know? Like, that shit hurts, like, so fucking bad, you know? If you got something you want me to listen to later, yeah, dude, we got a channel in Discord, and I totally listen to that shit later. But, you know, like, music is so personal. By playing stuff I like, I'm already opening myself up to, you guys might hate it, you know? Too bad it's my channel. But man, like, I don't want to hate something you recommend right in front of you. That's a really awkward feeling, you know? I don't want to have that effect on anybody. It's a really shitty feeling to recommend some music to someone and they hate it, you know? I don't want to impose that on anyone, and like the more I talk about it, like the more I recognize, like I am actually really, really, really particular about what I listen to. What you're recommending might be fucking amazing, but like on the off chance that I don't like it, I don't want to be that person that makes you feel bad about liking something, you know? And I love that. I love finding new music. That's one of my favorite things, but dude, when someone recommends something that you really don't like, I'm not capable of being fake enough to guard your feelings for that. If I don't like it, it's going to be really obvious on my face. Like, I don't want to do that to someone. I have a really fucking bad poker face. Let me put it that way. If I don't like something, you know it. My superpower for playing actual like Texas Hold'em is that I'll bet anything. And I think my cards are great because I don't run the numbers. And I got a feeling that they'll be super good. So I'm always stoked. If I'm not stoked, I'm out. And yeah, hold on. Let me reread what Glaber said. I know you're not narcissistic. No, that I wasn't implying that. Yeah, and no, I get that, man. Like, it's not even a narcissistic thing, right? To recommend music to someone and feel bad when they don't like it. There is zero narcissism to that. It's an entirely separate feeling. There is no narcissism to feeling bad if someone doesn't like the music you recommend. Like, no, it's like at like such a more personal level. And I don't want to make someone feel that way. I'm extremely selective and particular about the music I like and listen to. Sure, it's a fine song. I probably wouldn't play it myself, though. Like, on my own, just listening to music. No, there's so many other 90s songs I'd rather listen to, you know? And there's a big fucking difference to your partner recommending a song and just some random fucking streamer. Like, nah, dude. There's a big difference. Like, you know each other as a partner relationship in a way that we'll never know each other as like a streamer viewer relationship. Like, come on. That will never happen. It's a totally like different situation. And I don't want to make someone feel bad for liking a thing. And the moment I don't like a thing that they like, they might feel bad about it, you know? Punk rock top 100? Dude, I wouldn't trust any top 100. Fuck that shit. Hell no, dude. I don't listen to any top 100 shit. Now, I get it, GS Volt. It's fine, man. Nah, I don't want to do that. Ooh, Mr. Pamper Carrot. Yeah, that's kind of a tough thing, right? You can refer someone to a job and you might get some money from the referral, but if they fuck up, it's a stain on your reputation, you know? Like, that shit sucks, man. Right? Never recommend a contractor unless they killed it. And if they blow it, well, fuck it. They did good for me. But, dude, yeah, that's tougher. And at that point, like, I'm actually really hesitant to take someone's recommendation for a job in many cases. Because then it burns their fucking, like, opinion of who's a good fit. Because, oh, if I fuck up, well, shit, then every recommendation they make after that sucks. Like, they won't even listen to them. That's somewhat related to a thing that I was a little sad about earlier today. I hope I didn't burn someone's ability to make recommendations, you know? I actually feel really bad about that. I didn't think it was a good fit for me timing-wise, but I would have done it just simply because I didn't want to make them look bad. And it would have made me look really bad where I am currently. So yeah, like, I don't know, man. It's a tough world we live in. There's only so much you can do. But let's get back to some actual coding. Like, we're hanging out, we're bullshitting, we're doing our shit. Sure. There's other streams that are probably more focused on getting shit done. We got shit done earlier today. And we're still in the process of making that shit we got done actually good. So there is that. Hold on. Closing some tabs, doing some bullshit. You're avoiding jobs where it sounds like engineers will just be firefighting, but you spend a lot of money with your health, so unfortunately or happily, you're now accepting anything because of the scenario you got inserted in. Like, dude, just take a job and then continue interviewing. If you take a job 2 months after you started at another job that you hate, just don't put that shit on your resume. Problem solved, man. Like, dude, you gotta eat. But also, you should be able to work somewhere that you actually enjoy. So yeah, take a job, get there, pay the bills, you gotta eat, and then after that, take a job that you're actually happy with. I fucked up really early in my career. My first job, I started at a client agency, which I think was a good move. And, you know, I made a lot of really cool fucking apps at this company. But you know what? Within a month, of actually accepting that job, I had made a blog post about progressive enhancement in a way that, like, dude, like Remix is doing today. But I made a blog post about progressive enhancement and React and some of that shit, like Knockout technically, back in 2014. Like I was leading the charge on progressive enhancement, but still like good shit. And I had someone reach out to me, technically one of the maintainers of Chocolatey, right? Jeff Handley reached out to me, was like, I found you from your blog post. Do you want to work at, and I forget the name of the company that he was at the time. And I should have taken it. My career would have taken a way different trajectory, I bet. But you know what? I don't regret anything because I can live with giving people time, right? Jumping ship a month into a fucking employment, I would have felt bad about that, right? And I'd still feel bad about it. But that's me. I'm not saying anyone else should feel that, because I still think, you know what? My career would have had a way different trajectory if I'd just taken that role. Like, I bet I'd be sitting at, like, staff level collecting $500K a year by this point in my career if I'd just taken that role. I don't necessarily regret it, but I do think about what could have been. And yeah, at the end of the day, like, the company that I stayed with didn't appreciate me for shit. When I told them I was burning out, they were like, well, all right, cool. And then they just hired me on as a contractor. And at some point they were like, well, yeah, you know, we got to make you a contractor because we can't keep you as an employee because, like, the rest of our employees would be jealous of the fact that you're remote and they got to come into the office. And it's like, dude, I got bamboozled by that first company. Like, dude, Fresh Consulting and their fucking asshole HR dude fucked me, man. I still enjoyed every project I worked on there, and I became a better dev because of the varied, like, other stuff that they had me do. But they didn't respect me as a person. Not at all. Like, not the way their HR talked to me when I was going to take another job that I was legally obliged, like, legally able to take. Dude, their HR was such a fucking asshole about that shit. I hope they know. I don't know if I've told them. Fresh Consulting, Jeff, if you're out there, he's not out there, right? But their CEO, I really want him to know that I was on the fence until their HR dude was a fucking asshole to me. Like, you can't take this role. There's no fucking way. Like, we will do everything in our power to keep you from taking this role. Like, he was just so heavy-handed, like, just such a fucking asshole. They even threatened to get their lawyer involved and all that shit. But you know what? The contract with the company that I went to that was allowed to hire me out from under them was fucking bulletproof. Like, they should have nullified that contract ages ago, and they didn't. And that's their fault. But they tried to fucking bully me. If they hadn't tried to bully me, I would have felt a little more, like, trepidation about actually doing it. But the moment the dude was a dick, nah, I'm fucking out. Nah, these guys suck. And I really think that HR guy should have gotten fired after that. Like, their lawyer person should have gotten fired after that. Because they were fucking up, dude. They were talking a game that they couldn't back up. And, dude, nah, man, that lawyer and that HR person are actually one of the worst parts of that fucking company, dude. Fuck those assholes. I like Jeff. I like the other people that run that company that I know. And I would have second-guessed everything until they went basically scorched earth. I don't respond to intimidation. I do not respond to intimidation in the way that they want. That's a big fucking nope. In many cases, when a company tries to strong arm you, you should recognize them for what they are. And you should get the fuck out as quick as you can. Yeah, yeah. It's that made me regret the earlier decision in my career to actually, like, be loyal. I shouldn't have been loyal. Nah, because they have zero loyalty. I'm a fucking bottom line spreadsheet argument, you know? I'm a row in a spreadsheet to them. Yeah, nah, dude. Consulting companies in general fucking suck. Get out when you can. I hope you know that. Mr. Pamber Carrot, I actually said this just a little bit ago. Even if I got paid $1 billion, I'd probably still be streaming. I value my time with y'all more than I value money. I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. I'm not bullshitting you. I value my time streaming and chatting with y'all and just being able to live my life more than I value some higher paid bullshit job that would make me, like, work in the office 5 days a week or something. Could I meet some compromise? Maybe. If I ended up getting a job at Anthropic or something, where they force me into the office 2 days a week, well then, yeah, I'd just stream Saturday and Sunday more. Problem solved. If they want full-time in the office, dude, I don't even know what salary they'd have to pay me to make me be a full-time in the office developer or dev advocate or whatever, right? Like, nah, man. No company's gonna pay me what it would cost to not stream and hang out with y'all. Would my schedule change? Oh, absolutely. If I was a billionaire, yeah, dude, I'd be snowboarding at Mount Hood until like 2 p.m. and then I'd start streaming just after that. Fuck it. I fully enjoy what I do here. And there are very few things that would make me change that. Would I change my schedule? Yeah, sure. I could change my schedule. But to stop streaming? Dude, no one could pay me enough. Wouldn't happen. Not even possible. Doesn't exist. No one would ever pay me enough. Like, could someone pay me enough? If they want to pay me $1 billion a year to not stream, and that's the only stipulation, all right, I could do it. But it's such a bullshit argument, it would never happen, you know? It wouldn't happen. What do you really like to do? Oh, and wait, hold on. Wait, did dude not do his joke? Oh, shit, we missed the joke. Hold on. No, we missed the joke. Now, we got to shout out this joke before we, like, move on to a different playlist. I can't believe we talked through the joke. It was way more important. We got to hear this joke. It's good music right now, but hold on. Yeah, no, he gets into... Oh, and this is where it starts. Yeah, I don't think y'all were paying attention. This joke's just so good. Just wait. You get reminded of a story. This man just suffered cardiac arrest. I don't think an enema is going to actually help. It couldn't hurt. It's a solid fucking bit in a really good concert. If you're curious about hearing more of that concert, here's the link for you. And what up, Hef? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Damn, this is super late for you. This is like 1 a.m., right? You're like East Coast now, yeah? What are you even doing up this late? But yeah, no, that's a good-ass song. For people on the YouTube, yeah, here's the song, too, that we were listening to. Give 'em an enema. It's maybe like, hold on. It's like 21-ish minutes, maybe 22-ish minutes into that concert. So yeah, YouTube, you're welcome. So yeah, let's play some other shit. God, that shit was good. Ah, that was super good. All right. You're saying to Twitch, pre-rolls make them not want to use your site. Yeah, I get that one. That one's tough. That one's way tougher. I do want to play at least like one Fever the Ghost album or song. We'll start off with Calico, but the song after this is probably better. The song after this is the one that is amazing. But yeah, no worries, Hef, Mr. Sir. Yeah, no worries, Glabber. Yeah, get some sleep, man. Do your thing. Don't feel bad about it. I think it's okay. We're building out the compound keywords. Like, we've done all that shit. Actually. I'm taking my sweet-ass time to build out, like, the front end for it. And, like, the other shit. Alright, this shit's super loud, though. Let me crank down the volume. You wrote some stuff in Elixir at Wells Fargo many moons ago. I assume the moons were you, like, mooning people as you left the office, right? Like, full-on pressed ham style. No, I know Elixir and Erlang is huge in, like, EU telecom stuff. It's not that big in the US, though, right? Like, I don't think so. But if Wells Fargo is having to deal with, like, EU banks, right? Transfers and all that bullshit, like, no, that makes sense. Gotta do it. But here in the US, nah. Not that common. As far as I know, I could be wrong. Not gonna lie, we are very close to the end of stream. We've been bullshitting, we've been hanging out, we've been doing our thing. I should start building out the front end aspect of compound keywords. Sorry. Burps are a thing. God, the fact that I got denied for a thing is still blowing my mind a little bit. No, I don't want to shout it out. I did a thing with some people that I should have been a fucking shoo-in. Technically, I was apprehensive because I was, like, wondering, like, how do I decline this? And I didn't have to even decline it, so I get it. But now, like, well, why was I not good enough? Even though I was considering, like, saying no. It's crazy how that works, right? When you think you're a shoo-in, you're like, well, I guess I'll do this thing for a person. And then when they say no, you're like, but wait, why? Yeah. Like, it is definitely a paradox. Yeah, it's like so weird. It's super fucking weird, man. Yeah, I don't know. I was actually thinking about how I'd have to let these people down nicely, but instead, Uno reverse. Shit. All right. Whatever. It's a thing. I want to be the one that says no. Yeah, but not like that. Yeah, like, dude. Nah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, no, I think we're at a good point. You know what? Yeah, this is a good point. We should go raid someone. We got all of tomorrow to finish out the rest of this compound keyword shit. We gotta actually start building out the front end and the validation for it and like a bunch of shit. Like, we got way more to do. But tonight, nah, you know what? I just want to play some games. The games I play, I mean, that's up to some people over in gaming chat. Y'all can help me decide on that because I'll be over in gaming. If I could spell. There we go. Cooking time's going to be super easy. I'm just going to cook a bunch of shrimp, season it, eat the shrimp, and then maybe eat some like salad shit with it. If the salad's done, well, I'll do some like yogurt maybe. Tonight's a light meal. I've overdone it by ordering Indian food the past like, I don't know, 2 nights, but like 3 times this week. I'm trying to lose some weight. If I eat Indian food every night, I will not lose any weight. Because I don't need to eat the naan bread and the rice that comes with it, but I will eat all of it every single time. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, the naan bread and the rice that I get with every meal, I'm my body incentivizes me to eat all of it. But you know what? If I'm trying to lose weight, I shouldn't. So yeah, like I'll just do some seasoned shrimp and then some bullshit, and it'll be a really light calorie meal. But I don't need the calories, you know. No, I don't do dessert. Nah. I don't do dessert like anywhere ever. If I eat dessert, I feel especially bad about it. Like, I do not eat dessert. It's not for me. That said, I could eat an entire cheesecake in one sitting. I could eat an entire fucking cheesecake in one sitting if I don't restrain myself. Like, I'm not even kidding. I could eat an entire cheesecake in one sitting. But I shouldn't, and I definitely won't. I won't tonight. Heaven forbid I actually ever learn how to make cheesecake. Oh no, dude. That would be one of the worst things I could do. Learn how to make cheesecake at home. That'd be a problem. That'd be a major fucking problem. That would be like the biggest problem. Oh my god, Mystery Science Theater 3000 is watching actually one of my favorite films. They're watching Robot Wars right now. I love that movie. As far as cheesy sci-fi goes, oh, I fucking love that movie. All right, we're gonna go raid someone. Who do I raid? All right, I see one stream. Nah, they're on like a be right back screen. So that's a no. I do see Trycatch TV. Ooh, Kinslayer's. All right, they're playing GeoGuessr. And not the same vibe. You know what? We're gonna go raid Productive Time. It's a Friday night. Ah shit, they stepped away too. All right, so I would have rated Productive Time. Danny Sem is killing it. We rated them recently too. There's Trycatch TV. They're doing some X versus Y bullshit. No, thank you. I think we just go raid. I think we go raid Z.A. Shaw. I think we just do it. Yeah. Rainbolt guy is scary. I don't know Rainbolt. What do they do? Yeah, what does Rainbolt do? Number one GeoGuessr in the world. Oh, yeah. I swear I've seen memes about that. I didn't know their name, but yeah, touche. And yeah, like GeoGuessr, it's fine content. Anyone can do whatever they want. Like, yeah, for sure, man. But yeah, no worries, Hef. Dude, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Always a good time when you join. We were already towards the end of stream, but we decided to keep going. Why not? GS Volt, DEF CON is playing reality TV, DEF CON style, it looks like. I didn't even see that, but okay, my bad. I would have actually assumed that, I forget her name, but what's her name in this category, who streams a lot, she's there at DEF CON. I wouldn't go to DEF CON myself, but I don't fit with that crew. DEF CON DCTV 1. All right, well, that's cool there, GS Volt. If y'all want to head there instead of like heading into the raid, I get it. But we're going to go right into Z.A. Shaw because this timer is ticking down. I wasn't even thinking Slideborg, but whatever. Touche. I'll see y'all again soon.